in the Northgate Village Apartments now.
Well, I can tell you it's been a very, very dangerous and extremely fast pursuit. They've been chasing that van right there. Now,
It's exactly what he's doing. Are you Googling the laws right now?
Henderson Police Department's SWAT team responded to the scene and set up a perimeter around the condominium.
I travel in and out of time zone.
And the 3 key rules for a criminal defense lawyer: always on time, impeccably dressed, and occasionally sober.
The yellow sports car up ahead won't stop. Then, something happens you might expect in a Spider-Man movie. It wraps around the tire of the fleeing vehicle and stops all forward motion.
Objection, action answered.
I mean, he leaps over the fucking bench.
No, the thing is that's my property. You have no choice.
Actually, I do, because I found friggin' Xanax bars on your driver's seat. If you want to explain something, explain those.
Cops get very frustrated when you don't answer the questions.
No.
Step back forward. He's gonna go straight. There's a car right here. Got him.
All right, I'm going to excuse everyone. Mr. Brooks is being removed from the courtroom.
This is fucking hilarious. So he pulls out a joint in court.
Go, 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 go. Turn on your stomach! Stop fighting us! Stop resisting!
The injury by the police, that may be a separate issue for you to file a civil suit.
Chris, just while he's doing that, talk to me. What were you running for again?
Warrant?
Warrants? A felony warrant? City warrants what?
Felony warrant on Kansas.
Well, I'm pretty sure they ran you, and you don't have any warrants.
I don't.
No.
No warrants.
No. It's all that for nothing, right? No warrants, no nothing.
Yeah.
Police!
A little farther, bro. A little more. Okay, go.
I'm not finna sit here and let you fix the trial because you don't want to tell the truth to the jury.
We're there, guys. Got eyes on.
I want to suck. Yes, I think I would like to suck your dick. I don't think so.
I prefer not to.
I prefer not to, sir. See that? I love that.
So do you wish to say anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Well, hello. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good day to wherever you're coming from. I'm the Defence Rest. My name is Jody, and I'm here to entertain you this evening on this Sunday Eve. Hope you're not watching the Grand Prix in China at this point in time. You should be watching live streaming. Okay, so today we are taking up where we left off, day 7, on the Nicolae Miu Apple River stabbing trial. So we today have the first person that's being the first witness on the stand, is Mrs. Brandy Hart, who is, I think, one of the lead investigators, and she interviewed both Sandy and Nicolae Miu straight after they were he was detained. So we shall begin. Oh, and today it's the defence's turn. So state has rested and it's defense time. So Nicolae Miu will be testifying today. So it's going to be a longer stream tonight because his testimony is about 3 hours in duration, and that's without my commentary. So buckle in, get your thermos, get your blankie, get your slippers, and let's try and get this done on a school night, shall we? All right, so they have changed. Let me update you a little bit. They've altered the charges from, I'll put them up on the screen. They were first-degree intentional homicide and attempted first-degree intentional homicide. They are now first-degree intentional homicide, and they've added the lesser includeds, which include second-degree intentional homicide, first-degree reckless homicide, and second-degree reckless homicide for the death of Isaac Schuman. And for the others, they have also added some lesser includeds, the jury instructions to reflect the same thing. So 4 counts of each, whether it be the jury can decide first degree attempted homicide, second degree, or first degree reckless endangering safety, and second degree reckless endangering, start again. Second degree recklessly endangering safety, 4 counts on each, and then 1 count of battery for Madison Cohen. All right, so as you know, we do a little tribute on this channel just to remember the victims, because they are the ones that are important here. So we'll begin with our tribute to Isaac. Okie dokie. Let's get into it, shall we? Day 7. This is Brandy Hart taking the stand. Now, play, Jody. That'd help.
Please be seated. All right, we're back in session with the attorneys, Mr. Miu, and 14 jurors. Members of the jury, we took our break before all of you looked at the exhibit, number 24. It's there on the rail. If you want to continue passing it amongst yourselves, you may. Once you are finished, once everyone has seen it and you're finished with the exhibit, just turn it upside down, place it on the rail, or place it on the floor so that we know that you're done. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Call Lieutenant Hart.
Lieutenant, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand, and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Brandy Hart, H-A-R-T.
And what's your occupation?
I am the Special Services Lieutenant for the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
What are your general duties as a Special Services Lieutenant?
I supervise our 9 investigators, our 7 deputies in court services, and the evidence room.
How many years have you been with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office?
25.
What roles have you held over those years?
I started in the jail. I worked there for 3 years. I went to patrol for 6 years. After that, I was promoted to investigations, where I spent 14 years before I became a lieutenant.
How many years have you been a lieutenant?
2.5.
Do you recall July 30th, 2022?
I do.
Were you on duty that day?
No.
Did you get called in?
I did.
In your current role, would you normally be involved in an investigation of this sort?
Yes.
Did you get contacted regarding the stabbings on the Apple River that day?
I did.
What was the information you were initially told?
Investigator Schultz called me and told me that there had been multiple stabbings on the Apple River.
Were you at home at the time?
I was doing yard work.
Did you get asked to come in?
Yes.
Were you given any specific duties or assignments?
At that point, we were just looking for manpower. The suspect hadn't been located, and we were going to formulate a plan.
What did you do? What was your part in the investigation?
I got to the Apple River about an hour after the first call came in. And at that point, Mr. Miu had been taken into custody and his group was standing along the end of the river.
All right. What did you do when you got to the river?
I believe I spoke with some of my colleagues, and then I ended up taking Sandy Miu to the Somerset Police Department to interview her.
All right. Did you interview Sandy?
I did.
What did you do after that?
After that, I coordinated her getting back with her group. Some of them had come to the police department, and because all the other investigators were interviewing witnesses, I went to the jail.
Were you asked to do anything specific at the jail?
I interviewed Mr. Miu.
Was that interview recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
Audio and video.
Were you wearing a body cam or was there some other system?
I have a recording device on my cell phone, and so I recorded the audio version that way, and then there's an overhead camera at the jail that recorded the video.
Do you remember what time it was that you interviewed Mr. Miu at the jail?
Yeah, it was about 10 to 8
p.m.?
Yes.
At that point, had you seen Jawan Cockfield's video of what happened on the river?
I had not.
Did you know there was a video?
I did.
Did Mr. Miu know that?
Conjecture, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you ever, prior to your interview with him, did you tell him there was a video of the incident?
I did not.
And have you reviewed Exhibit 15?
I did.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, it's a copy of my interview with Mr. Miu at the jail.
Is it recorded on a specific kind of device?
Yes, it's on a thumb drive.
All right, Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 15 to the jury on the digital system.
Okay, this
Any
is
objection to 15?
the defendant.
15 is
His
received.
first interview at the jail after the incident. So it's important to note what he says here and then compare it to his testimony. Yeah, that's pretty. They obviously haven't live streamed before and haven't queued up ready to go. Come on. Today.
Hi there, are you Nick?
Yeah.
Hi Nick, my name is Brandy.
Hi.
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office, okay? You got some water, right? Okay. Have you had anything to eat?
No.
Okay, let me,
I will wait for now.
okay,
For food.
are you sure?
I'm not hungry.
Okay, well, if you get hungry,
Yeah.
just let these guys know, okay, or let me know when I can,
It's just very
yeah, I bet. Let's move along.
out on the river drinking beer all day and not drinking any water.
And it's hot, and, yeah, being in the sun all day, doesn't matter if you're drinking beer. Sometimes just, and then this, yeah. So I would imagine that you have some questions for me.
Well,
Oh,
I
now they've
am
turned the audio
just
down.
going to go through the rights form and, you know, let you know if you want to answer any of my questions. We'll talk about that. I'm going to record our conversation if you're okay with that.
Of course.
Let's see, today is the 30th of July, and it is 7:53 p.m. How do you spell your first name?
Nicolae.
Okay.
Last
And
name, no middle name.
no middle name, okay.
Yeah.
And what's your last name?
Miu.
How do you spell, or how do you pronounce that?
Miu.
Okay. And what's your birthday? Do you like to be called Nicolae or Nick, or
Nick.
what? Nick, okay.
Yeah.
December
11th, 1969.
Okay, so that makes you
52.
52, thank you. What's your address, Nick?
5945.
Blah, 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 blah. That needs that information.
Holy cats, that's a multiple.
It's a long one,
It
yeah.
didn't, oh, first of
Sure.
all, I don't even know if I have enough space in this
You
thing.
do. Southeast.
Southeast? Oh, southeast, thank you for
Yeah,
correcting
no
me.
problem.
And that's
Prior Lake.
Prior Lake, okay. What's the zip code in Prior Lake?
55372.
Okay, and how about a phone number for you, Nick?
612
Blah, blah,
735
blah, blah, blah.
317.
Don't need to know that number either.
And I understand you're married to Sandy,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Is she okay?
She is,
Don't
yeah,
understand.
I did talk to her, I talked to her for quite a while, I brought her to get dry clothes.
Where is she?
She is with Ernesto and Amy,
Okay, good.
they're taking good care of her, and then,
Titi, my puppy.
she's headed home to take care of the dog. And she's also with, Ariel and, who's his girlfriend,
Oh, God, I don't even know.
is it Tatiana?
No, Tatiana. Tatiana is another girl.
Okay,
But she's not.
hold on,
with
they
that
gave
girl.
me,
Yes,
oh, Sandy didn't know Ariel's girlfriend's name.
neither do I.
Okay, but Ernesto and Amy
They,
came to
Hello,
with
hello.
Sandy,
Welcome to
and
Ruby
they
Cakes.
went and got the car,
Lovely to see
but I
you.
had brought Sandy to the car to
she
get
was
changed.
driving, right?
No, she was with me, I brought her from the river to the car,
Okay.
so she could get clothes, and we brought the cooler back and put that in the car, so she's got all the stuff.
All right.
Are you working anywhere now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where do you work?
I work at Reach Engineering as a mechanical engineer.
And what kind of engineering? What was that?
Mechanical engineer.
Yeah, what's the name of your employer?
Oh, Richie,
R-I,
TCHIE, engineering. In Blooming.
It's going to be a long one tonight, Miss Schmooby Cakes. We've got
427.
Nicolae Miu's
okay.
testimony
What was the last grade that you
for you to
completed?
do, so it's
I have
going to be
a
pushing the 3 hour
bachelor's
mark, I
and
reckon.
actually 2 degrees, one
Okay.
in engineering, one in mathematics.
Wow.
And I'm a
Don't
class away
apologise
from
at all.
Masters in both. I'm not a dummy, and I've never had a run with the law except when I got we'll go into
Okay.
that.
So where did you get your degrees from, your undergraduate
South
degrees?
Dakota State University.
Okay. So the Bison?
Does that sound distorted, that audio from there? Because it's very loud. Just let me know if you can hear it, and clearly enough.
No, the Jackrabbit.
Yes.
Okay.
In Brookings.
Yes.
And how about your master's degree? Where are you working on that?
I'm not working on it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I did pass the EIT so that I could work.
I haven't started yet,
For
but
the
they're
state
coming.
as a licensed engineer, but I haven't had a chance to do that. For many years, I worked as a contracting engineer. And then for the past 16 years, I've been working with Richie Engineering, where I met Sandy.
Okay. What does Richie Engineering do? Like, what do they
Yes,
manufacture?
what do we do? We do HVAC service equipment.
Okay.
Basically, we're the top tier of HVAC. We're like the top brand. And top brand for that is Yellow Jacket.
Okay. And is that for the parts?
The brand of yeah. Everything we make there, we make it under the Yellow Jacket brand.
Got it.
But the company name is Richie Engineering.
Okay.
So what I do everything from hoses, recovery machines, all the electronics. I talk to customers. I get business. I do the documentation, the design. It's a small company, so I like to do everything. Testing, evaluation, you name it. And
wow.
16 years over there, and that's not even scratching the surface.
Really?
Well, I have bigger dreams now, shattered, but anyway, I don't want to talk about them right now.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what happened. I just don't. I can't talk about it. I need to go one step at a time.
Yep. And if you have any questions along the way, Nick, just stop and ask me, okay? Or if you need to take a break, just.
How bad is it?
Well, can we get through this form and ask each other questions?
Yes.
I don't want to.
What is that?
I want to maintain the integrity of this investigation and your rights, and so I want to get through this form and then we can ask questions, okay? So I'm going to turn this around. I'll give you this pen. What I'll have.
The smaller knife.
Okay, what did that knife look like? Do you remember?
I don't even remember.
But
I don't remember anything after that. I just remember I ran.
And each of my rights. I have received a copy of this form. So
After I sent it.
you sign it, and then I'm going to sign it, Nick, and then I'm going to give you a copy of it.
The Mirandas.
All right, I'll sign it here. And I'm at 8:01.
I will. Have a lovely, lovely lunch, Mum.
All right, okay.
Military time.
Sorry, do you want me to write it regular? Okay.
No.
I get so caught up in used to that.
Yeah.
My friends don't like it because in my vehicle, my own vehicle that I drive, it's military time, and so they're always asking me what time.
I have is military because I came from Europe. And
Oh, sure. Yeah.
They call it military, but it's not military. It's
Right. It's
the proper time.
exactly. Well, good. At least then you know what it means then when I put the time on there like that. So I would like to ask you questions about your day today. What happened? Like how you guys got to be on the Apple River today, and then like what your day was like. It's up to you if you're willing to answer questions. If you decide that, yep, I'll answer questions right now, and in 10 minutes you don't want to answer anymore, you just need to tell me that, okay? And if you don't want to answer questions right now, then that's fine too, and I will leave. It's up to you.
All I can say, it was self-defense. Self-defense. There were lots of people on it that came on to me. Self-defense, and they produced 2 weapons. One I took from them.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can tell. And they hit me, and they were on top of me, and I don't remember anything after that. I just remember I ran away. I ran away to my group. There were actually people coming over from my group to see what was going on. I said, nothing, just get back on. And they kept asking, and I said, nothing. I didn't
Very attractive woman too.
Because I was so fearful. I didn't know what these people were doing to us. I've never been in a situation like this, where people produce weapons and they were saying, they were calling, I don't remember, but they said, don't run away, don't run from us, don't do this, you're a child molester, you're this. And again, I said, are you people drunk? Or you're a child molester. I said, the only thing I remember in my mind is, if I'm a child molester, should you be drinking? Should you be drinking alcohol and doing what you're doing to people that you don't even know, attacking them? And I said, if I'm a child molester, you should be having alcohol, And they took I was snorkeling, so they took my snorkel away. They threw it in the water. They grabbed my pants. One wanted to pull my pants down, and I grabbed onto him. And I don't know who that kid was, but he had a knife on him. And then there was another knife, a longer knife, looked like a kitchen knife, kitchen or something, I don't know. And I don't know what happened to either one of them. I just know that when the kid attacked me, I took that from him.
The kitchen knife or the other
No,
knife?
the smaller knife.
Okay, what did that knife look like? Do you
I
remember?
don't even remember.
But it was smaller?
Smaller, yes.
Okay.
Who says
So,
if I'm a child
all.
How did
molester,
you get to be by
you be
them?
drinking?
Or who are these people?
So, Ariel lost his phone.
Okay.
The phone was in the floor.
One of those bags that
Yeah,
you
yeah,
with
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, everyone had one, but his phone was in the floater, so he says, well, let's go look for it. So I put my snorkel on, and I looked, and this guy found something. And they were talking about it, and I said, okay.
This group of people?
This group of
Oh,
people,
gotcha.
yeah. I went over and I said, did you guys find the phone? And if you did,
No,
can
you
I see
didn't.
it? Can
Oh,
I
no,
identify
you
it?
didn't.
And they started calling me names. They got off of their tubes. They came at me. So I said, all I need. And they were calling me all kinds of names, insulting me for being in the water with a snorkel. And I said, all I want, guys, did you find the phone? And I saw they had found something. All right. And I don't know if it was a phone or something else they found, but they wouldn't talk to me about what they found. And we were looking desperately to find this phone. And I know somebody found it, but I thought it was that group.
Okay.
You know, and then they went over, they came to me and they grabbed my snorkel and they threw it in the water. Well, the water was so fast, it went under. So I went out after it and they started, another group of mostly girls came over from the other side, yelling at me or calling me child molester and what something with
raper,
something like that. And I went back. I actually after this incident, don't even know what happened. I just know that they attacked me and I was in self-defense. I went into self-defense mode, and then I went over to my group of people. That was it. And they asked me what happened, and I wouldn't tell them. I said, I can't tell you. Let me calm down.
Okay.
I was shocked. So nobody on that knew exactly what happened. The only thing they said was, look, somebody got in an argument over there. Like, yep, let's just leave that alone. Don't go there.
Are you able to draw for me, like, where you were looking for the phone, like, and where was Ernesto and Sandy, and where was this group? Maybe it would help me kind of understand. Yep.
These guys were here. I don't know how many. There were quite a few.
Okay.
We were upriver about 100 feet. Our group was here. And
So you guys were in the water?
yes.
Okay.
So we were in the water. And then there was another group of people over here that came to attack me. So there was this group of people here, this group of people that attacked me. They attacked me here.
So your group was floating down the river like this?
Actually, we're stopped. But yes, this is the
That's the direction you were going. Okay, so your group is stopped.
Yeah.
And who's looking for the phone besides you? Like, how do you know the phone's missing?
Oh yeah, we talked about it. Ariel
okay.
I lost my phone. And so, well, you didn't lose it. It's floating down.
Because it's in that bag.
Yeah, so let's go find it, you know. And he was over here pouting that he lost his phone. And I said, that's okay. I have my snorkeling gear. And then I heard this guy said that he found something. And when I was snorkeling down, I passed them. I kept looking, and then I came up. I came looking, and then they started yelling and screaming. And I said, did you guys find something? And I thought they did. And I know they did because they were hiding something from me. And then I went over there and they grabbed my snorkel, they threw it down. They got off their tubes. They came after me. They pushed me. One of them hit me, and then there was a girl that came from here and hit me in the back of my head. And I was about right there.
You said right here?
When she hit me, yeah.
And that's when the female hit you?
Yeah. And she was coming from another group over here. I don't know how many people were in there.
Were these guys stopped?
Yes, in very shallow water.
Okay, so it's really shallow over here.
Shallow there.
Okay.
Pretty much the two sides are shallow. Yeah.
How deep do you think it was when you were like snorkeling around looking for the phone?
4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
Not very deep. And the water was very murky, so I could not see anything.
Really?
goggles. But those goggles are lost. They took them, they grabbed them off my face and threw them in the water.
We found the goggles
Oh, good, thank you.
and the snorkel.
Yes.
Yep. Are they connected?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And they're just like regular snorkel
Yeah.
goggles, right?
Yeah, I had them
Okay.
over when I went to the Caribbean.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do they look like? Just to make sure we have the right one. White?
Well, transparent plastic with the white snorkel.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I think-
Is that it?
I think we have them. Was there any, did it seem like these groups were together?
After they came after me, I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I feared for my life. Tell you the truth, when they started hitting me and pointed a knife at me, and then another kid pointed a knife, I thought that was it for me. Luckily, I took it from one of the young kids, and I think that's when I found back.
What did you do with it?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't
ripped
know.
it off his
Absolutely,
side.
I don't know. I don't know if you got it back. I have absolutely no idea.
Did you hit him? Like, did the knife make contact with him?
That I don't remember.
Okay.
You were so close.
Sure.
And one had it in his hand, so I took his hand and I bent it and I poked him with his own hand. And then I took it from his hand and then I went and swung like this. So I don't know who I hit. I just know that
Now you
I took the
get
knife from one of the kids.
Okay.
The other one, I don't know what happened to. I didn't get hit. Because as soon as this happened, I started running across. So I went across to my group, and then my group was
Mr. Miu,
wondering
sir.
what just happened. Was it? And
Stop.
I didn't want to tell them anything.
Just because you didn't want
I didn't want to get anybody aroused. I didn't want my group to go say, well, we're going to go talk to those kids. No, they were too drunk. I believe they were too drunk and too set on going after people, I think.
really.
what were these guys doing? Did
They
they
were
know,
just-
did they know anything was going on?
No.
So they didn't know you were getting punched or?
Well, they saw the scuffle because at one point, Ernesto was coming towards me like, hey man, did you find anything? And I said, no, I didn't. I don't know. These guys must have it or something. I don't know. And he says, okay, well, he will just get another phone on Monday. You were concerned about getting the phone. And like, okay, so what are you doing? I said, I don't know. I'm just gonna go late to sit in my thing. And then Sandy said, okay, are you okay? And said, I don't want to talk about it. You know, and then they asked me, hey, what do you want to do? You want to stay here? You want to go down? And I said, I want to go down. And then some girls from my group heard that something was happening over here, and they said, well, we're calling the police. And I think they called the police.
Okay.
One or two, I don't know.
Did you see any of that? What was going on?
No.
When they decided to call the police?
No.
Okay. Did you have a knife with
No,
you?
no, absolutely.
Okay.
Really?
I had one earlier that I used to cut, but right at the beginning, and I left it in the. I don't even know what I did with it. I think I either gave it to one of the people, or I put it back in my truck.
Okay.
Yeah. So it may have been. I tell you the truth, I don't even know.
And that was after you cut the string?
Yeah, we needed to have something to cut the string over there. They don't have any knives. So.
But you have them with you today, right?
The what?
A knife to cut. How did that?
I think it's in my car.
Bye.
Okay.
Lovely,
Yeah.
lovely, lovely.
Did you drive or did Sandy drive?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know where it's at, to tell you the truth. It may be in one of the bags we had with us. It may have been in I don't know. Maybe I left it, put it back in the car. Because I went back with a bunch of, I had straps. I didn't want to pay for string. But they say string
You
is
can't.
cheap.
Well, they probably don't want you to have straps.
But they told me, they said, yeah, if you have straps, there was a kid over there. If you have straps, no problem, but the string is free. So I said, okay, I'll take the string.
Okay.
You know, and then I took the straps back. So, because straps can puncture
Yeah.
So I had a whole bag of straps that I took back to my car.
Okay, and so maybe the knife was with the strap?
Probably.
Welcome.
Do you have any cuts or marks on you? Have you had a chance to like look at your torso or?
Somebody was telling me that I'm bleeding from my ear, from my left ear.
Who told you that?
Oh, I think it was Amy. They said, make you're bleeding from your left ear. I went like this, I went in the water, I cleaned, and I don't see any blood. You know, and I don't know if you see any cuts, but
I don't.
Yeah, so I don't know why I was bleeding from my ear.
But Amy saw blood?
I think she says you're bleeding from your ear, Nick. And then I cleaned and I said, look, there is nothing. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it was blood or if it was weeds she saw. I have no idea. We were like, she was on the other side and I was just.
Yeah, so she's over here, right?
She's over here, yeah, right here.
Oh, so she's closest, Amy's over here, closest to the shore?
Yeah.
Okay.
With their nestle right here. And I was over here somewhere in one of these.
Okay, and you got back in that tube then when it was time to go?
Got back in my own tube, yes.
Okay. Did Ernesto come and get you?
No.
Like, did anybody know that you were getting punched or?
No. No.
Was anybody?
They wanted to talk to me about the phone, if I found the phone, and what did those guys say, and I said, they probably did, they don't want to give it up, they attacked me, and that's it. And then I said, let's go, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
So they don't know what happened here.
You didn't tell anybody?
No.
Okay.
No. You're the first one to know.
Okay.
That's why probably Amy and everybody else is so surprised.
Well, they're worried about you.
Yeah.
I mean, and even Ernesto was like, I don't know how the hell this happened.
They don't know anything because I didn't know what to tell them.
Yeah.
I really don't know. Everything happened so fast. I really don't remember why they attacked me. I don't know why they took my snorkel away. I don't know why one of them wanted to pull my pants down. I don't know why they were being so mean. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. And why did they want to scare me with a knife? I just don't know why they're scaring people on the river. It's a family-oriented river with knives and you know what they did.
So was it two males that had knives?
I saw two males.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
And were they both from this group, or do you even know?
Well, that I don't know.
Okay.
One of them was from this group. The one that I took the smaller knife from, I think, was from this group.
Hello and welcome to the channel. Just to update you, we are listening to Nicolae Miu's interview with Brandy Hart straight the evening after the incident. We are on day 7 of the trial recap, and we will be going on to Nicolae Miu's testimony straight after this, and it's going to be a long one because his testimony lasts about 3 hours. So it's important to listen to this interview in comparison to his testimony, because at this point he doesn't know that there is a video of the entire incident.
Okay, so you took the smaller knife.
From one of them.
Nobody else.
And is that the one that you said that you kind of went?
Yes.
Basically, like.
Oh, I was going like this. I wanted out. They were coming and they were punching me and they were circling me and they came really close. They were pushing me in the water and I just grabbed the kid's knife. I didn't even know if I was holding it right. I just grabbed it from him because he tried to poke me with it. So I feared for my life. I was very shocked. I was extremely shocked. I couldn't even say anything to anybody. I had locked jaw. I don't know. Right now, I don't even know how this happened, how I got away from all that.
So when they were pushing you in the water, did you go underwater or did you remain
tripped.
standing?
No, I tripped.
Okay.
I tripped and I fell in the water a couple of times, yes.
Where on your body did they hit you?
In the back of my back. And I know one of the girls came over and slapped me right over my right ear. I couldn't even see what they were doing because I was tripping over the stones, and I was falling down, and they were just jumping on me.
I'm gonna show you a picture and see if you.
I actually do believe that.
I was fearing for my life. I'm still fearful that they're gonna find out who I am and go do something to Sandy.
My opinion,
and possibly some of these people over here. I fear that somehow they're gonna find out who I am and continue their whatever that was. And I don't know why they're so hateful, and I just don't get it. I mean, this is the second time I come to the river, the first time for my wife, and I promised her it was going to be a beautiful outing and nothing to fear. We had a lot of booze. She didn't drink because she was the designated bride. But most of us did, and there was another girl that didn't drink on the other party because they wanted to drive home. We ate well, we had music, everything was so good, so good.
If you're coming to us from Recovery Addicts channel, can you say a big hi to him for me when you go back? His description and his links to all of his channel information is in the description box below, down the bottom. So you can go in there and you can go and find exactly where he is. If you haven't found him, please go over there and subscribe. He is amazing.
So good. Of course, I had a lot of alcohol. Who doesn't? You know,
well, you had a sober ride. So,
yeah.
And I don't smell it on you. Were you drinking beer or vodka or what?
No.
Okay.
We don't do hard liquor because then we dehydrate too fast and we get cramps.
Okay.
So after my quadruple bypass, I still have cramps.
Oh, yikes. Quadruple bypass? How long ago was that?
1.5 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you see any wires in my chest, in my sternum, that's from the wire.
Really? Do you have a pacemaker in there too or anything? No?
Mm-hmm. I tell you the truth, I'm scared because I'm not in the best of health. Okay, yeah. I'm just going down the river. Probably should not have even drank that much beer, but the doctor never said don't drink.
Sure.
You know, especially beer, you can have as much as you want in moderation. I was in cold water.
Yep.
You know, so, but you know.
Yeah.
And then missing vein here, and then from my leg.
Is that what they used to?
Yeah, cut.
All right.
Take it here, take it from here, cut it in half. That's two. The same thing from my leg, cut it in half. Use the other two. So
where
it's
he
quadruple
starts
bypass.
testimony.
Yeah, I was dead. My heart stopped 5 hours.
Wow. Had you had a heart attack that prompted that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yikes. All right.
Thank you, members of the jury, for your patience. We are ready to resume. The state has rested its presentation of evidence. Now we'll turn to the defense and see if they have evidence to present. Mr. Nelson.
Judge, the defense calls Nick Miu.
Mr. Miu, please stand. Raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Well, that's better. The clerk. Normally he says she will administer the oath.
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
All right, buckle in.
Mr. Nelson.
You're the Nick Miu we've been talking about for the past 7 days?
Yes, sir.
Nick, I want to right away talk to you about exhibit number 104, if I could have the screen. You were on the Apple River on July 30th?
Yes.
I want to ask you about this exhibit, which says it's from frame 2592 at 149 into the video. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Do you remember that time in your life when you were on the river in that position as shown in that photograph?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did something happen to you?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Were you punched?
Riley Madison and
Not,
attacked?
not before
Sometime
that.
after this, were you
After
punched?
that, yes.
Okay, I want to talk about the time between this and the time that you get punched, okay?
Okay.
Exhibit number 104 there is on the, with it. Where are you on that?
I'm standing in front of two ladies.
In which, if you were going to just describe the symbol on exhibit 104 symbolizing you, which one is that?
The one with the M.
Okay. What color?
Do you want the
Blue.
annotator?
At that point in time, you said there's two people in front of you. Who are those two people in front of you?
A blonde lady to my left and a red hair lady to my right.
Were there other, does this accurately reflect how you remember roughly?
let me just show you who he's referring to. These are the victims. So Riley Madison was stabbed. So he's referring to her at the front. And Madison Cohen. So they're the two women that he is talking to in that frame. Let's get back.
People in general around you?
Yes.
The blonde lady in front and the other woman, you understand now that through the trial that the blonde woman is named Madison Cohen?
Yes.
Can we use her name when possible?
Yes.
And the you said red-haired woman, her name's Riley Madison. Can we use her name when possible?
Yes.
Possible. So when Riley and Madison are standing in front of you at that point, just before you get punched, right? What are they doing?
They're yelling at me. At one point, they were pointing downriver and saying, go, get away.
Let me know in the chat if you'd like me to quickly play the video. It's only 3 minutes of the entire incident so that you can catch up and understand his testimony. Let me know and I'll play it for you.
What are they doing with their hands?
They're touching me.
When you say touching you, is that something gentle?
No, they're pushing. Madison, she pushed against my left shoulder. She pushed against my chest. She was pointing her finger right at my face. She was yelling at me very close to my face. Riley had one of her arms, I believe it was left hand, on my right arm, squeezing and pushing me back.
And when you just gave that description, you put your hands distance apart. Can you show us that again? How far away were they?
About a foot.
Okay.
Less than a foot.
You've heard it described through trial as in your personal space. Would you agree with that?
Yes, right in my face, I would describe.
When that was happening, what did it sound like to you?
The volume was very, very high.
Let me ask you about how your body was responding in that moment when people are pushing you, poking at you, the volume is high. How's your heart? Could you tell us about what your heart rate was?
Oh, yeah. My heart rate was getting really high. My breathing was getting very high. I was...
How about your vision? Did you have normal vision in that moment?
No. At that moment, because of the situation, I was getting tunnel vision.
Can you describe what you mean by you saying tunnel vision?
I couldn't see peripheral vision, but I could see center and right before my eyes.
How about hearing? Could you hear the noises?
I could hear the volume very high, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The noise became garbled. I mean, the sound became garbled.
Did you feel threatened at that point?
Yes.
Did you have your knife in your right hand?
Yes.
What did you do with your left hand?
But I thought you
Tell us what you did with your left hand.
Yeah, with my left hand, I pushed her away from my face.
Can you show us what you did with your left hand? Why'd you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space. She had been there for a while, and I felt threatened.
Did you intend to harm her in some way?
No,
Did you try to harm her in some way?
absolutely not.
Do you know where, if at all, you had contact with her body when you raised your left hand in that manner?
No,
Do you think you had contact with her?
no.
I want to take us out of that space now for a second, okay, Nick?
Okay.
If I could have the screen again. You were here in court when we talked about, when we watched the video of you speaking with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you told her about your health condition. Can you just tell the jury now, what was your health like on July 30th of 2022?
It was very poor. Yeah.
Had you, I think you mentioned to her again, had quadruple bypass surgery before?
Yes, sir.
And when did you have that?
2020, about the same month. So about August.
Showing you here what's been marked as exhibit number 108. Can you tell us what those are pictures of, starting just on the left?
Yep. On the left, it's me right after the surgery, holding a red heart pillow against my surgery.
What was the purpose that you knew of for that red heart pillow?
That was to protect my surgery from hits, bumps.
Was that something that the hospital provided? It looks like there's like almost a picture of heart and lungs on there.
It is. The hospital provided that.
And then the picture in the middle, what is that?
My first walk, my new life.
Did it take you some time to recover and be as active and mobile as you were before?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you ever reached the same level of mobility and fitness that you were prior to the quadruple bypass?
Never.
What's the picture of you on the right there? You can tell us.
My baby.
Okay. Is that a dog?
Yeah.
Is that dog important to you?
My angel.
Okay. And that's the cushions helping you to enjoy time with her, but still keeping your chest safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had other surgeries in the past, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have a hernia surgery?
2 hernia surgeries.
Have you had back surgery?
Yes.
And again, in general, would you consider your fitness on, if you were going to put it on a scale for July 30th, what would you consider your overall health and fitness on July 30th of 2022?
With my weight and very poor.
I want to ask you now about moving on to the Apple River on July 30th, okay?
Okay.
On that, this was a planned trip, is that right?
Yes.
Did you get a call from your friend Ernesto sometime before that trip?
Yes, sir.
What was that call about?
He wanted to remind me to bring my knife to cut string when we tie the tubes together.
Okay. When you say, do you have a pocket knife?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that pocket knife?
I owned it for about 10 years. I have it a lot on me. I use it as basically a dual tool. I call it my Swiss Army knife, basically because I use it as a screwdriver. I cut insulation when I do electrical work. I use it pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
I'm an engineer. My tool.
Is it something that you've carried on your person? I don't want to say all the time, but somewhat routinely?
Yeah, when I knew I was going to work on something or need it for something, yes.
Okay. Now I want to skip ahead again now to the river, okay? At some point, did Ariel lose his phone?
Yes, he did.
Did you go to look for that phone?
I volunteered to go look for it.
When you went to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
Before that?
Nope, right when you left your group to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
So I took my goggles, my snorkel, and my swimming trunks.
Did you have anything on your feet?
Yes, I had on my feet. I had a pair of really, really torn up sandals.
Can I approach, Judge?
Yes.
showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 113. Is this a packet of 9 photos of your sandals?
Yes.
You've seen those?
Yes.
Does that accurately show the condition of the sandals that you had?
Yes.
Can you just move to the admission of Exhibit 113?
Any objection?
I think I've seen them, so I'd like to take a look at it.
Yes.
Oh, never mind, Mr. Anderson.
All right, 113 is received.
These weren't taken by you, were they?
Pictures? No.
These were taken by the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Can I just, because we're going to go through the PowerPoint, can I?
Yeah,
pass
just
them?
pass them to the jury.
Can you use your words? I know we have a picture that better does it, but just briefly describe the condition of those sandals.
Horrible.
Okay.
They were just coming apart. I couldn't walk on them unless I tried to mend them.
Okay.
As you can see, I used string, leftover string to mend them.
When you left wearing those sandals in your shorts, did you have your pocket knife with you?
Yes.
Where was it?
In my right pocket, clipped to my.
Did you have that there pretty much all day?
Yes.
You were here when we watched the video of your interview with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
When you spoke with Brandy Hart, were you truthful to her about the knife?
No. I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
Yes, it is. It was.
Did you bring it with you when you went to go look for the phone?
Yes, I did.
When you went to go look for the phone, did you have any intent to harm anybody?
No.
Why'd you go leave your group?
To go look for the phone.
Okay. At some point, did you have some contact with a group of teenagers?
Yes.
And you were here in court when we saw the 9-second video, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you just a couple of slides from that, if I could. Do you see those slides up there?
Yes.
Are those from that video?
Yes.
What are you doing in those 3 slides in general?
I was scanning the water, looking for the phone.
And are you in that position? Are you walking upriver or downriver?
Upriver, away from that group of boys.
Did you hear them say some things to you?
Yes.
Prior to your walking upriver and them, did you hear those words that I have written on that slide?
Yes.
Prior to your hearing those words when you were walking upriver, had you had verbal contact with that group?
I think so. They asked me what I was looking for, and I told them I'm looking for a phone, a lost phone.
Did you ever tell them that you were looking for little girls?
No.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not. It's pathetic.
When you, at the end of this, when you watch the video, at the end of the video, where I'm not going to play it, but do you remember what you did right there at the end?
At the end, I was walking away.
Okay. Did you eventually turn around and face in the direction of the group that was yelling at you and calling you a raper?
Yes.
When you...
Yes.
You see those slides up there?
Yes.
Are those from that video?
Yes.
What are you doing in those 3 slides in general?
I was scanning the water, looking for the phone.
And are you in that position? Are you walking upriver or downriver?
Upriver, away from that group of boys.
Did you hear them say some things to you?
Yes.
Prior to your walking upriver and them, did you hear those words that I have written on that slide?
Yes.
Prior to your hearing those words when you were walking upriver, had you had verbal contact with that group?
I think so. They asked me what I was looking for, and I told them I'm looking for a phone, a lost phone.
Did you ever tell them that you were looking for little girls?
No.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not. It's pathetic.
When you, At the end of this, when you watch the video,
They're following me.
were you in their path as you walked across the river towards Madison?
No,
Did they have as far as you know, did they have a clear path down the river if they wanted?
more than plenty.
Can I? Showing you this next group of photos. What's going on here?
So in this frame here, the first adult that came to me was Madison. She already had her finger pointing downriver and yelling at me and used some awkward words, ordering me to go down.
We see it looks like you're doing something with your right hand. Do you remember what are you doing with your right hand?
Yep, I was trying to explain to her what I'm looking for.
When you tried to explain to her what you were looking for, did you get the impression she was listening to you?
No, her voice was too loud to. Okay.
Hold on, wait a second. Sustained. Speculation.
I'm asking about his impression, so I'll rephrase. Did you get the impression that Madison Cohen was going to listen to your words?
No.
Why not?
Because she was too loud. She never stopped to give me a chance to talk, and she kept pointing and ordering me to go downriver.
We've all heard the tape, but was she using polite language?
Polite? No.
No.
Did you hear anyone saying anything behind you when you walked over to Madison Cohen?
Yes, they're all calling me names.
Okay. Showing you the next set of slides here, 1776, 1840, and 1824. What are you doing here in this set of slides?
I'm turning my back towards Madison and the rest of the people.
Why did you turn your back to Madison and the rest of the people?
It felt to me like I couldn't have a conversation with her at that point. She was not listening, and I didn't want to interact any further.
Had you at that point found your snorkel or goggles?
No.
Had you at that point found the phone?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything while you stood there with their back to them?
Oh, yeah.
What did you hear?
They were still yelling, he's looking for little girls.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not.
When you heard them, did you consider that to be a lie?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
Asked, did you consider that to be a lie? I don't.
Yes,
think
of
that's-
course.
Please.
Don't think that's legal.
I sustain the objection. Please move on.
When you heard that, did you consider it to be truthful or did you consider it to be untrue?
Untrue.
And when you heard someone say an untruth about you, did that change how you were feeling?
I felt frustrated. I felt annoyed. They kept saying it over and over, so it annoyed me and frustrated me.
And when you heard them say this untruth about you, did it appear to you as if the other group that had come over agreed with what these the teenagers were yelling about you?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you think anybody in the other group was going to help you or listen to you when you were being called these names and accused of being a pedophile?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
How did you feel?
Well, I felt overwhelmed at that point. I felt still annoyed, frustrated. I felt like she wasn't listening. She was the adult I thought I was going to reason with or get help from. She obviously didn't even attempt to reprimand the children from yelling.
Showing you another slide here. Some 1838, 1846, and 1865. Is that you?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
It was very loud. All around me was very loud. I don't think that anybody could have heard me 100 and some feet away.
With everybody else yelling, did you think your yelling was going to de-escalate or escalate the situation?
When everybody's raising their voice, I don't think having another raised voice would help the situation.
After you raised your hand to call for your friends, did you see Madison Cohn doing anything?
Oh yeah, she was looking towards her group, and then she waved to them to come over to her.
Is that what we're seeing here in 2261, 2262, and 2263? What do you see?
Yep, she's calling her group over.
Did you remember when she called her group over, did her group respond?
Yes.
Did they join that?
Yes.
Showing you now these slides, is that what you saw?
Yes.
I think we asked you questions before about Exhibit 104 with you with the blue dot and the other red dots. When you were, were you standing there? Were other people around you?
Yes.
When you were standing there in that moment with the other people around you after you've called your friends once, was that other group, did they?
Stop, spinny wheel.
Do not use your devices to access any news reports or social media accounts about this trial. Please take the jury out.
All right, member of the jury.
No. All right, we resume again at 5:15.
To the chronological space that we had begun the morning on, and so I want to start from there again and then move forward from there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When I had asked you before, you talked about how you felt, but since that time you've told the jury that you had this fear scale. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask you about, at this time, what we see here, what you previously described the scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
How were you feeling on the fear scale?
About the 6, 7.
Okay. And at some point, I think you told them before, but just so we can put it into the context here, did you do something in response to something that was done to you when you're standing there in this moment?
Yes. After I was pushed, and both sides, I would say, squeezed, I was afraid, so I pulled out my knife.
Okay. Did you do something with your left hand at some point?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with your left hand?
I pushed her away. I
When you
pushed
say you
Madison.
Push
away.
Madison away. Was the purpose in that to have contact with her and to get her to back up?
Yes.
Did you have a purpose to cause her pain?
No.
Were you trying to hurt her?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to push her away from my space. She was right in my space, in my face.
Why didn't you just back up?
I couldn't back up at that moment.
Okay. When you say you couldn't back up, why not?
I
Because
would've-
you felt uncomfortable, or were you?
Objection leading.
Because I would have had.
Wait. There's an objection. Sustained on leading. Next question.
Wasn't done with it. Were you uncomfortable, or was there a wall behind you, or was there some other reason? Why did you feel like you couldn't back up?
I didn't feel safe turning my back on those people.
Okay. How about just taking a step backwards?
Well, I was standing my ground. I didn't move towards anybody.
Okay.
You're coming at me.
When you raised your left hand and you did that, do you recall when you pushed her away having contact with her?
I may have, yes.
Okay. Do you remember in particular where, if at all, you touched her?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you if you touched her?
No.
Was that, in fact, your
Yeah,
purpose in
no,
pushing her away?
Absolutely.
Okay.
She was in my space.
I want to move forward here. And you can turn the slide off, I guess. After you did that, right? Did something happen to you?
Yeah.
Did people do something to you?
Yeah.
What was done to you?
Yeah, almost right away I got punched and fell in the water.
Where did you get punched?
on my face, on my side of the head.
Now, you've had a chance to watch this video, correct?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to see these 4,800 slides?
Yes.
Prior to seeing that, did you remember everything?
No.
Have the video or the slides help you to refresh your memory in some way?
A lot.
Have you remembered everything because you've seen that?
Not everything, no.
Okay. Do you remember something different than what you see in the video?
No.
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember any of the things different that you see in the video? Like you talked about the goggles.
Objection leading.
Overruled. We're just trying to reorient the witness to a place where examination can continue.
Are there some times when your memory is different from what the video is?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now, this series that I want to show you is about things that were done to you, okay?
Yes.
Do you have a specific memory about everything that was done to you?
No.
Do you have a specific memory about everything that you did in response to what was done to you?
No.
Do you have a memory about how you felt in those moments?
I would say yes, I do.
Do you have a memory of what you believed in those moments based upon those feelings?
Of course.
So I want to show you the slide here. Again, this is slide 2661, 2662, and 2681. That's fine. Do you remember how you felt when you fell back into the water?
I was, number one, I was stunned. That's why I fell backwards. I was very afraid, of course.
On this fear scale that you've talked about before, where are you on that scale from 0 to 10?
Right at the top, 10.
Have you ever been at that 10 before in your life?
Never been in a situation like this or a fight in my life.
Have you ever been at a 10?
Never.
When you did that, as we see on the right, what happened to your head?
Oh, well, I fell in the water. Obviously, that's a river, and I hit my head on river rock, and my whole body went under. Well,
okay.
My head went underwater.
When you say your head went under, is that what it felt like?
Yes.
Did you feel water come over your face?
Over my entire body.
Hold on. What's the objection?
Leading.
Sustained.
Where did you feel the water on your body?
Over my face, my mouth.
Okay.
I felt like I was submerged in water at the moment.
Did you try to get up?
Yes.
Why did you want to get up? Why didn't you just lay down there peacefully in the water?
To drown? No, I wouldn't want to do that. I wanted to get up out of the water.
At that moment, when you're down in the water, had anybody like A.J. Martin come up to you and said, just lay there and rest?
Somebody came from behind, yes. I found out later who he was and pushed me down and to keep me in the water.
Before that, when you tried to get up, do you remember feeling anything before that? Did you told them?
Yeah.
Did you feel anything to any part of your head?
Yes, of course.
What did you feel?
Felt punched in the head.
Showing you the next slides is that 2701, 2705, 2706. What's happening to you there?
I'm getting hit on the head.
How many times at that point is your memory of watching the video and your memory of experiencing this, have you been hit in the head now, but either by people or by the ground or by the water?
4 times at least.
Okay. At this point in time, where's your fear scale?
A 10.
When this happened to you, did you immediately get up or did you fall back in the water or did something else happen?
I tried getting up, but I couldn't.
Did you, at some point, did you feel something on your backside?
There was somebody pushing me down.
And when you felt that on your backside, did you feel anything else anywhere else?
I got hit in the face, in the front of my head.
And is that exhibit here, 2147, do you see that hand through the underarm there?
Yes.
Do you remember getting hit in the head there?
Yes.
Was that a gentle hit?
No.
When you're getting hit in the head here again, where are you at on the fear scale at that point?
10.
Have you been able to get up out of the water?
No.
How many people do you know? How many people are attacking you?
At the time, I didn't know, but I knew there were more than I could handle.
Did it feel like it was, how many people did it feel like?
Like 10.
Okay. You've seen the video and you responded at some point, is that right?
Yes.
And you used your knife in response.
Yes.
Why do you use your knife?
I feared for my life.
Did you think you could get out of there without using your knife?
I couldn't even get up. You're pushing me down. No, so the answer is no.
In that time when you're down on the ground, did you think there was a way for you to escape?
No.
Did you feel like you could just crawl away or run away or walk away or do anything else to escape?
Not in that position.
The next day after this, July 31st, were you in the, did you feel, how did your body feel the next day?
I hurt everywhere. My head hurt, my throat hurt, obviously my back hurt. I hurt everywhere.
You said your throat hurt. Is that something you remembered that day before when you were speaking with Brandy Hart?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you mention it to Brandy Hart?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see anything when you felt the pain about your throat? Did you see anything that refreshed your memory about what caused that pain to your throat?
After watching the video, yes.
Okay. What happened?
I got hit in the throat.
Do you remember that now?
Yes.
If I can. Showing you the slides 2993, 2994, and 2997. Is that you?
Yes.
What's happening to you there?
Somebody is going for my throat, squeezing my throat.
Do you remember how that felt?
I felt pain. I couldn't breathe. Scared, afraid.
And showing you the next set of slides here, 2998, 99, and 3000. What did you think was going to happen to you in that moment?
The whole time I felt like I was going to die, so basically I feared for my life.
And in response to that, here's slide 3000. Did you do something in response to that?
I reached out and stabbed him.
When you used your knife, and again, this is open-ended, you can ask it any way you want. Were you trying to kill somebody?
Absolutely not.
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to defend myself.
After this was, again, we've seen the video, you talked to investigator Hart. So I want to ask you a little bit about that for a moment. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Do you independently, well, let me say, you've watched the video here in court, correct?
Yes.
And you watched the video prior to that. We've watched it together, right?
Yes.
Does watching that video refresh your memory? Do you have an independent memory of that conversation with investigator Hart?
No.
Do you remember what it is you said other than seeing things on the video?
Other than I lied about the knife. That's what I remember, afterward. Yeah, I lied about the knife.
Do you remember actually saying that in that moment, or you just remember seeing that and that's what you remember seeing?
I remember seeing it in the video.
Okay. Do you remember how you were feeling during that time at all? Do you have any memory about that?
Not much.
Okay. Just one other thing out of the timeline here. Since that time, we've heard testimony, you have a twin brother.
Yes.
Is he here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor. Overruled. You may continue.
Just briefly, because I want to ask you about conversations that you may have had with your twin brother. Just briefly. How do you feel about your twin brother?
I love him.
Objection, that's irrelevant, Your Honor.
During this time, have you had conversations with your twin brother?
Yes.
Do you consider there to be anybody that you're really, maybe your wife, anybody you're closer to than your twin brother?
No.
You and your twin brother, when you speak, what language do you speak in?
Romanian.
Why do you speak in Romanian with your twin brother?
It's the easiest way to find words to describe what we're thinking.
Okay. Is that where you grew up?
That's the first language.
Are there times when you've spoke with your brother that you've talked about this, what happened to you on the river?
Yes.
Is your memory about what you did or what was done to you, is it any better when you talk to your brother than it is when you talk about other times?
No.
Are you always getting it right?
No.
How about your feelings? Your memory about your feelings?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get those right?
Yes, but almost all the time. The feeling is imprinted in my heart, my soul, my mind.
Let me, just for a moment, I'll bring us back to the river on July 30th, okay?
Mm-hmm.
At some, I think you'd said on the video and maybe you testified that people attacked you. Is that right?
Correct.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
No.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When people stopped attacking you, what did you do?
I walk away.
Okay. Why didn't you stay?
Oh God. I walked away towards my group where it was safe. I was afraid of the people that I just had contact with.
When you're walking away, where, and you've talked about this fear scale, where are you on the fear scale? Does it just go down right to 0? Does it stay at 10? Does something else happen?
No, as soon as I saw the people I trusted, my fear level started creeping down.
When you say creeping down, when you're walking back, can you give us where are you on that scale?
As I was getting closer to my group, the fear factor is going lower and lower.
But when you first start walking back, what's the number?
About 8.
When you get back to the tubes, what's the number level?
About 4, 5.
I think we didn't talk about it. We've talked a little bit about your body response during this brief time. When you start walking back, how's your body responding to you?
I had cramps. I felt like I had diarrhea, so I felt like I lost my bowel.
Was that,
which I did.
Was that when you were walking back, or was that when you were in that 10 seconds of things happening to you and you responding?
I was when the action was going on in the 10-second frame.
You got diarrhea.
Yes.
When you were walking back, what else is your body? What are you feeling with your body?
Well, heartbeat is getting, when I'm walking back, the heartbeat was very, very high. Now it's going down a little bit. Breathing, that's what I remember. I was super, super stressed.
How about your head? As you're going back, is your head clear? Is your head in a different state? How can you describe like what's going on in your head?
My head was in a fog. It was like thick fog. I couldn't think. I couldn't realize what I've been through.
Were you trying to make sense of it?
I was trying, but there was no sense to be made. I was completely confused and in a fog.
And when you walked away, you had the knife in your hand. Is that right?
Yep.
When you got to your group, did you still have the knife?
No.
What happened to the knife?
On the way back, I tossed it on the bank.
And you just made with your right hand kind of a underhand motion with your right hand from, at your side, raising up to maybe level with you. Is that fair representation of what you were describing?
Correct.
Why'd you toss the knife?
I don't know. I was afraid. I felt like I had to throw it away.
What were you afraid of at that point?
I was overwhelmed with just fear, you know, residual fear. And I didn't want to have anything to do with that.
Okay. We've heard testimony that eventually you get back to the tubes. Does that happen?
Yeah.
Where's your memory about that? Right now, as you sit here, because we don't have a video about that, we don't have photos of that, what's your memory like about that?
Barely remember anything.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people?
I remember people trying to talk to me, but I don't know. I don't remember what I said.
Okay. You've heard some testimony about things that you might have said. Are you denying you said any of those things?
No.
Do you know what you said?
After watching the video, yes.
The video isn't I'm confused. The tubes, there's no video of you at the tubes. When you say...
Oh, after...
Were you talking about Brandy Hart's statements?
Yes, yes.
Okay. About what you said to the people at the tubes. Do you have any memory of that?
No.
Okay. When you're sitting there at the tubes, how were you feeling in your head? You talked about this fog, right? If you could put that on a scale, where is that?
I still couldn't, my head was in a thick cloud. I couldn't understand what just happened. Still trying to process everything. I was overwhelmed.
Did you think at any point you were just casual about what had happened?
No.
Did this feel casual to you in any way?
No.
At some point, you saw the video here. You had contact with the police, is that right?
Yes.
You had sat in the back of a squad car of the Sheriff Knutson, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember much of anything about that?
No.
Do you remember, you've seen some of the videos today. Can you tell us, what do you remember?
Nothing.
Okay. Nothing at all? How about a feeling? Do you remember a feeling at all?
Yeah, I was still very afraid.
Okay. When you say very afraid, what were you afraid of at that point?
Well, I've been through a horror situation, but in their presence, I wasn't that afraid, but I was stunned. I don't remember much about it.
Do you remember watching the video here in court when the police were talking about a guy with a bat?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember anything about that?
A little bit.
Do you remember how that made you feel?
Oh, yeah. I felt very afraid of him. Very afraid.
We watched the video of you with Sheriff Knutson. That was about 23 seconds long. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Have you watched a longer portion of that video with your attorneys?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying more things to Sheriff Knutson after that?
I don't remember.
Okay. That's fine. We saw a video here about your being arrested and told that you were arrested for homicide. Did you remember that?
After watching the video, memory came back, but I don't remember that.
Okay.
Naturally.
When you're talking with at some point you go and you meet with Investigator Hart, is that right?
Yeah.
When they were talking about homicides and injuries, can you tell me what's your mindset? Did that make sense to you? Did you understand that?
No, I couldn't make any sense of anything that she was telling me. I just couldn't make sense of it.
Okay.
Plus, I don't remember the meeting with her.
Okay. Right now, as you sit here, you're like, I don't remember that.
Right.
The feelings. Now, some of the times that you talk with Brandy Hart, you talk about what you saw happening or heard happening or what you did. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you get all of that right?
No.
Your feelings, when you were talking about your feelings about and how you believed in your fear.
I feared for my life. That's one thing I can't deny. That's embedded in my head forever. I feared for my life. I know that. I have nightmares about it.
You've talked to. Tell us about those nightmares.
I have them every night.
What happens in those nightmares?
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant. His nightmares are irrelevant. The fact that he had them, maybe, but not the content. No.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Strings or ropes for the tubes, right?
Correct.
And that was the reason you brought it.
Correct.
Okay, this is.
In fact, you told the police that after your tubes were tied together, you thought you put your knife back in the car, right?
Correct.
But in fact, it was in your pocket.
Yes.
Was it in your pocket the whole day?
No.
All right. Well, we're going to get to that. Once the tubes are tied together with the rope, and you said that you thought that you put it back in your car, you don't have a reason to have the knife anymore, right? It accomplished its purpose, right?
I didn't know that at the time.
All right. Did you tell the cops, the police, that you didn't think you were going to need it, and that's why you thought you put it in the car?
I may have.
All right. Were you present when Steve Kaufman, who owns River's Edge, testified first day of the trial?
Yes.
And you heard him say that they sell pre-cut cords for $1, right?
Right.
All right. And then did you see in the picture, when you got on the river, you were wearing that long sleeve camo shirt, right?
Mm-hmm.
A hat and sunglasses?
Correct.
All right. Ariel's phone was in one of those cases, right?
Sure. Yeah, I can see it.
All right. And is it your understanding that those cases are float cases?
I have a moggy tail in the frame.
Right. You told Lieutenant Hart that it was in a float case, right?
Correct.
Once the phone
midnight snack
disappeared, there was conversation amongst the folks in your group about whether it was even worth it to go look for it, right?
That's what I learned.
And in fact, you were told that they didn't care about the lost phone because they had insurance to cover it, right?
That's what I learned here, but I don't remember that as a conversation.
Nobody asked you to go look for the phone.
He gets hammered here on cross.
You chose to do that on your own.
I volunteered.
And in fact, members of your group were a little annoyed that you were stopping again so quickly after having been at the hideaway where you'd stopped for lunch.
Objection, speculation. Sustained.
Did you hear anybody in your group say, "Why are we stopping again?"
I didn't stop the group.
The group stopped when you decided to go off on your own to look for this phone, right?
Speculation. Overruled.
Right?
They already stopped. I got off the tube to look for so I didn't stop them.
In any event, you're the one who insisted on looking for it. Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Objection. Sustained.
And when you left to go look for the phone, you had your goggles and your snorkel, right? You knew that the phone was in a float bag. At least that's what you told police afterwards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So the bag, the phone and the float bag would have been floating, right?
Supposedly, yeah.
All right. And so you wouldn't need a snorkel and goggles to find a phone floating on top of the water, right?
I wasn't sure if it was actually floating or not and never tested it.
All right. Well, you would agree that a phone has some weight to it.
Yes.
And if it wasn't a float bag, it would sink to the bottom, right?
Yes.
Where it was dropped.
Correct. Well, or remember, it's a river, so it could have flown down.
The river has current, right?
Right. So it could
I'm
have
going to
flown.
approach. I'm going to draw something here.
Yes.
You remember when you met with Lieutenant Hart, you drew a diagram of the river All right, and this is your group up here at the sandbar, right?
Mhm.
This is the boys group down here. I'll put initials IS for Isaac Schuman, right?
Correct.
This is the diagram that you wrote,
Mhm.
drew for Lieutenant Hart. The phone was lost over here, right?
Mhm.
Instead of looking downstream for it where the current was going, you went this way, across the current,
No,
to look for the phone. You made contact with Isaac Schuman's group on the other side of the river.
but that's not where I started looking for it, straight across the river.
That's where you ended up making contact with
I
them.
ended up there, but I didn't start there.
All right. The phone would not have floated across the current, right?
Well, I don't know where he lost it. That's where we pulled over. He could have lost it minutes before we even anchored.
So when you testified a minute ago that the phone was lost, where your group was labeled M, now you're changing that story?
In that vicinity.
Again, members of the jury, what the attorneys say is not evidence. Rely on the witness's testimony. Next question, please.
In any event, it's your testimony that you had reason to go over to the south side of the river where Isaac Schuman's group was to look for a phone. That's your story?
I had reason to search in that area. I didn't know where that phone fell in the water. I don't think even Ariel knew.
Snorkeling.
He lost it. We didn't drop the
don't really
phone
know
when we anchored. We dropped the.
where you
He
are.
dropped the phone before we got there.
You're focused below the water, not
Fair
above.
to say that at that point in the river is 150 feet wide,
You can pop up anywhere.
Yep.
and Isaac Schuman's group was
Right where
on
he
the
popped
south
up,
side of the river.
unfortunately.
Correct.
Your group's on the north side of the river.
100 feet.
Rather than searching the north side, you went to the south side of the river. Is that fair to say?
I already looked in that area.
That's not what I'm asking. You went over to the south side of the river, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
You did, right?
What was that question?
You
again?
went over to the south side of the river to supposedly look for this phone, right?
I ended up there at that point. Yes.
And you chose to go over there and look for it, where these boys were.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Oh,
You chose to go over to where these boys were to supposedly look for this phone, right?
chose to look in that area. Yes.
There was other areas of the river where these boys weren't located that you could have searched until they floated past.
And know what he was walking into? No.
Right?
A million other spots.
Sure. But you chose to go to that spot.
I didn't even notice those boys there at the time when I was searching.
You were present in court when Eric Williams, who was a member of your group, testified, right?
Right.
You heard him testify?
Yes.
And you were here when he testified that he had some concerns about you going over to snorkel by this group, Isaac's group.
I heard him.
And one of his concerns is that he thought that they would think you were a predator, right?
Irrelevant. Sustained.
I don't know why you would jump straight to that conclusion. He's got every right to snorkel
Testified
wherever he wants.
that you didn't have your knife in your pocket the whole time, right?
Correct.
When you decided to go snorkel over by Isaac Schuman's group, you had the knife in your pocket.
Yes.
Did you go back to your group and get it?
No, I had the knife. I testified I did not have the knife in my pocket the whole time. When we pulled over there, I fixed my shoes. Then I left it in my pocket.
All right, but somehow, so when you get ready to snorkel,
yes,
you've taken off your shirt, right?
Yes.
Your hat,
yes,
your sunglasses.
Correct.
You left the knife in your pocket.
I forgot it in my pocket.
Well, on the video, we can see you touching your knife, right? You knew it was in your pocket.
Checking that it was there.
When you walk, it starts, yeah, but
It has weight,
Right,
right?
yeah.
So you can't forget it's there because it's got weight. Correct?
at some point I forgot I had it in my pocket when, yeah.
You
when
weren't
you
gonna,
walk,
you were not going to need your knife to snorkel and look for a lost phone.
correct.
Overruled.
You weren't going to need your knife for that task that you set out to do, right?
I wouldn't even need anything.
But you brought it with you anyhow.
It happened to be in my pocket, yes.
Once you got over to where Isaac Schuman's group was, they made it readily apparent they did not want you over by them, correct?
That's not true.
They didn't call you names?
Yes, but they asked me what I was looking for. And I thought they were polite people. I said, I'm looking for my lost phone.
They did not want you by them, and they told you that, right?
At some point, yes.
And that's the short video. You turn around and you're walking away, right?
Yes.
But then Juan Cockfield calls you a raper, right?
Yes.
And then you turn around.
Yes.
And you were angry.
I was not angry.
Oh, you were not angry that someone called you a raper.
No.
All right. You look at Juan, who's filming you, right?
Yeah.
And for some reason, your testimony is that even though many people on the river have these phones and these float cases, you decided that was the phone and you needed to run up and check.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Your testimony earlier was you thought he had the phone, right?
I thought he had the phone, yes.
Right.
I wanted to investigate.
And you, instead of walking up and saying, hey, is that the phone I'm looking for? You ran up on these boys, didn't you?
I ran up and stumbled, and then I fell right by their, yes.
That's my next question. You're claiming now that you stumbled.
Yes.
You've never said that before today, ever, to anybody, any law enforcement or anybody else, right?
But I have seen the videos now.
Well, we're going to take a look at the video. And since you reviewed the video, you know that before you ran up on them, you were touching your knife in your pocket to make sure it was there, right?
I don't remember that.
All right, well, let's take a look.
Prosecution is doing an excellent job. Unfortunately, Nicolae is not very good on the witness stand. But he didn't really have any option other than to testify in his own defense. The defense should have coached him a little
That's
bit more.
you with your right hand touching your pocket where your knife was clipped in, right?
It appears so.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
So you're claiming today that where you reach down and grab at these boys' legs where their tubes are, that was a stumble. Is that your story?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I know I hit a stone, yes. But I grabbed onto their inner tubes.
And you know where you grabbed onto their inner tube is where two of these boys had their legs draped over their inner tubes, right?
I see that.
And you made contact with their legs, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
Did you see it on the video?
I see it on the video. I don't remember actually making contact.
And as soon as you did that, these boys jumped out of their tubes to get away from you, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And you held onto their tubes so that their tubes couldn't float away.
For how long?
Well, I'm asking you. You did.
Yeah, it looks like for a brief 1 second.
And you were searching through their tubes.
Or what?
You walked around their tubes. Rather than letting their tubes go so they could get back in their tubes and be on their way, you walked around their tubes.
He was looking for his
So
goggles.
after my goggles dropped in the water, I went around their tubes to go to the other side and look for my goggles.
Let's talk about your goggles for a second, because you told the police, specifically Lieutenant Hart, that these boys knocked your goggles off your face and that you were looking for your goggles at that point, right?
Brought you
I
undone.
don't remember my interview with her, correct?
But you heard yourself say it in the interview.
Yes, yes.
And in fact, that nothing of the sort ever happened, right?
So the interview with Brandy Hart was not accurate.
What you said at the time is what you wanted the police to believe happened, right?
That's what I remembered at the
Okay.
time.
And from the video, you can see that you actually put your goggles in your mouth so you would have 2 free hands to be able to grab onto these boys' tubes, right?
Yes.
So you were preparing for your stumble before it actually even happened?
I wasn't prepared for anything.
These boys were calling you names to go away, right? After you grabbed onto their tubes, touched their legs.
I don't remember any of that stuff.
All right, you don't remember them calling you, asking you what you were doing?
Watching the videos, yes, but unnatural remembering, no.
Do you remember as you're running up, they're saying, whoa, 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 what's he doing?
I don't remember that.
All right, but you've seen it on the video.
Yes.
And then once you've made contact with 2 of these boys' legs and grabbed onto their tubes, they started calling you a pedophile, right?
I don't remember when they started calling me.
Do you remember them calling you a pedophile at all? Or do you just know that from watching the video?
Correct.
You testified that they were calling you names earlier, right?
Right.
And that upset you.
It did not upset me.
Okay? We've talked, your attorneys talked about your comfort scale and your fear scale. Let's talk about your anger scale, okay? At the time you were called a raper, what was your anger scale at?
Maybe 1.
1 out of 10?
Yeah.
And that was enough to get you to run up on these boys, grab onto them, stop their tubes at a 1. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, argument, that's not what he said.
I hadn't even started calling him names at that point.
You don't like being humiliated,
Out of
right?
context.
Nobody does.
Your attorney has said that these boys were humiliating you.
Objection as to his making.
Sustained on the form.
You're claiming that you were being taunted.
Objection, did not testify to that.
Sustained. Form.
The defense should have prepped him way, way better. Way better. He's not prepared for any of this. You can ask more leading questions.
You had testified earlier that your shoes, there was problems with your shoes, but as you can see from the portion of the video we played so far, those shoes didn't prevent you from running up on these boys, right?
Yes, they did. There was, if I had better shoes, I could walk better, but I could still walk.
If you had better shoes, you would have been able to run up on them faster.
No, I mean, I could walk better. I wouldn't stumble. I wouldn't have a hard time walking.
All right, we're going to watch the video again, and I want you to, if you can, point out for everybody where you stumbled.
Had he not lied initially to Brandy Hart, his credibility.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
Did you watch it?
Yes.
So the stumble, is that something you remember or something that you think you see in the video?
Something I remembered.
After you grabbed onto their tubes, stopped them, walked around their tubes, you took a few steps downriver and stood in the path they were floating in, right?
As to form. Multiple.
Overruled. You understand the question, Mr. Miu?
Could you say it again?
After you left their tubes that first time, you took a few steps downstream and stood in their path where they would need to float, where they were floating, right?
For a few seconds, yes.
You didn't walk off to the south shore, which was close at that point, right?
I thought I walked far away from them, that they I mean, I didn't even watch them anymore at that point, so I don't know where they were at that point in time. But I was still looking for my goggles now.
Are you denying that you stood right in the path of their tubes?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
At that moment in time, yes.
Now, when you ran up on these boys and grabbed onto their tubes and made contact with their legs, you weren't saying anything at that point, right?
No.
You didn't say anything like, hey, I think that's my phone or Ariel's phone.
I don't remember saying anything.
You've seen the video.
Right.
You just ran up and grabbed onto them, right?
It appears that.
Was saying nothing. We can go up to the screen. We're going to look at some more frames here. We're starting 22nd mark, I believe. You stood in front of their tubes, right? This is at the 23-second mark.
For a brief moment.
All right, keep going. Stop. At that point, you had the entire river open to move in any direction, right?
Right.
You chose to just walk a few steps directly downstream from where their tubes were, right?
Correct.
The boys were yelling at you at this point, right? You remember that?
Yep.
They were making a commotion, right? They were loud.
Mm-hmm.
And that attracted the attention of the folks in the Carlson group, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've testified that Maddie Cohen walked over, right?
Yep.
You walked towards her.
Yes.
And the water level at the spot that you had contact with Maddie was about ankle deep from the video?
From the video, yes.
And you told Lieutenant Hart you were standing in really shallow water, right?
Yep.
Maddie told you to leave the area, right?
She didn't say it that way, but yes.
She said, go, go, go.
And?
She swore at you too, but she was telling you to go, right?
Yeah.
You didn't go.
I was trying to communicate with her what I was doing in the river.
You didn't leave, right?
No, not down the river.
Hold on. Overruled. It's relevant.
You did not leave, right?
I
At the
didn't
time
go
that
in
she
the
came up
direction.
and,
No,
when she came up and said, go, 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 you chose to stay, right?
I wanted to talk.
You didn't like that she was yelling at you, right?
I only had like 2 or 3 seconds of direct verbal or whatever.
And you clearly didn't like she was swearing at you, right? And what you told her was not that you were looking for a phone, but that these boys took your goggles, right?
I don't remember what I told her.
If it's on the video, did you say it?
If it's on the video, yeah.
You never mentioned you were looking for a phone.
I don't remember my conversation with her.
And in fact, after you told her that they took your goggles, you never said another word, right?
After that?
Right.
Of course I did.
Talking about your anger scale, at the point where Maddie Cohen was yelling at you and pointing at you and swearing at you, where was your anger scale?
1.
And even with your anger scale being only 1, you started touching, fidgeting with the knife in your pocket, right?
I don't remember that.
Let's take a look at the video. We're ready. It's timestamp 1:35. That's you touching your knife in your pocket, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you've got your back to the two girls who were yelling at you, right?
It's possible.
So even though you were fearing for your life, you turned.
Now he said at that time.
Overall, let's get the question out.
You turned your back on these folks, right?
Where am I in that location as reference to the other people?
I get to ask the questions at this point. Okay.
All right.
You're back at the 1:35 mark that we just watched. You've turned your back on these folks, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes, I see
Side,
that. Yeah.
Right. You're touching your knife, but you got your back to them, right?
I see that in the picture.
And so at that point, you wouldn't have turned your back on these folks if you had fear of them, right?
Objection mischaracterizes his testimony.
Overruled. Overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
That was the look on your face at the time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're not smiling?
That's not a smile.
Yes. Let's move on, please.
Can we get the screen back?
I don't think I would call that a smile. Confused, unsure, apprehensive.
All right, so
Maybe a recognition smile because he can see his.
you had been fidgeting with your knife multiple times. You've got Riley Madison in front of you. I believe her testimony was she's a 115-pound woman. You got Maddie Cohen on your other side. This is when you choose to pull out your knife, right?
Overruled. Understand the question?
What does her weight have to do with me?
So you don't get to ask the
Oh, I'm
questions
sorry.
at this point. You pulled out your knife at this point with these two girls standing in front of you, right?
Yes.
And you held it down by your belt line, right?
Yes.
And you opened it up, right?
Yes.
And this is before you had been punched or anything like that. You had that knife
But
ready.
everyone's
with these two
screaming at him
girls
at the
standing in
background
front of you.
and surrounding him.
Women, pardon me. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't hold it up and say, hey, I have a knife, right?
To me, that would be a threat.
Well, I'm not asking you that. You did not hold it up.
No.
And you didn't, in fact, you held it down by your side, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Isn't that what you did?
Yes.
You didn't take a step back and brandish it and say, hey, back up, I have a knife,
No.
right?
Correct.
You opened it down low and then you held it down low by
There
your
in
side.
case he needed it, in case
Correct.
things escalated, which they did.
And as you're doing that, you're smiling, right?
That's not a smile.
Well, let's take a look at the video.
I'm overwhelmed and annoyed.
Yeah, he got pummeled in cross. Pummeled.
And that's you holding your knife down by your belt line, right?
Yes.
When you pulled it out and opened it up, you held it with the blade facing up, right?
I didn't pay attention, but in the video, yes.
And it becomes important later when you stab AJ, because you didn't try to cut him down, you cut him up, right? Right?
That was not my intent.
No. AJ fell forward as Nicolae was falling backwards in the action
You
of
had the knife blade up and you're
And-
saying you didn't know that?
was going upward at the time.
Pay attention.
That was unfortunate.
As you're holding it there, you've got your thumb
In my opinion, I don't believe
on the
that was-
bottom of the handle, right?
it was his intent to stab, but I don't believe it was his intent to cut his entire stomach open in that way.
Right?
Yeah,
Blade up.
It's a video.
I see that.
Blade's pointing at, looks like at Maddie Cohen, right?
Yes.
Wonder if I can find that.
Nobody else. I'll strike that.
Let's have a look. Ugh. Come on.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Away!
Watch carefully. Think you in?
What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got a good quality. What do you say?
I start to follow.
Yeah, what the hell? Who is this?
Merlin is
Yes. For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is
Maddie
that?
Cohen
Who the hell is that?
automatically assuming what the boys are saying is true.
He thought he was looking for a little girl! He thought he was looking for a little girl! You're looking for a little girl?
I'd be scared at this point too.
Women us out! I didn't have that part on camera, did I? Some young ass kid! What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun.
That's the point where they're saying he's smiling, but he's looking back at his group, making eye contact with them, touching the knife in his pocket. Surrounded now. Completely surrounded. Jostling, got the knife in his hand, I believe. At this point now, holding it down by his side. Okay, now what? There we go, see? That bit right there. He was trying to stand up and AJ fell in forward. And he's already been in a second, he's holding his stomach. There he is. So, yeah. In my opinion, I don't feel that it was intentional that he was deliberately trying to cut his entire stomach open.
After you opened that knife, would it be fair to say that your fear level went down a
Let me
little
know
bit
what you
because
think
now
in
you
the
have the
comments.
knife open?
No.
All right. Was your fear level going up at that point? I think you said that earlier.
The whole situation was boiling up.
So when you have your knife open, you take a couple step backwards to get away from the situation?
Yeah, and he falls
I
backwards.
stood my ground. I stayed in place.
You never backed up one step, did you?
He did.
No,
You had your knife out and you were prepared to use it.
to defend myself.
At that point, there's nothing to defend yourself from, right?
I didn't know that.
If I understand your testimony today, now you're acknowledging that you did do something to Maddie Cohen, which started off this fight, right?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Objection, please, approach.
Yes. You can answer the question.
It's straight up.
At that point, Tony Carlson came in to break up the fight.
Objection, speculation. He doesn't know what Tony Carlson's doing.
Overruled. You can ask the question. He can answer.
I don't know what he was doing.
You know that he told Dante Carlson to back up, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Do I know from video and from testimony? Yes. At the time, I didn't know.
After you stabbed AJ Madison, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Just sorry, it's AJ Carlson.
Pardon me. No, it's not. It's not.
AJ Martin.
It's AJ Madison. He's not part of the Carlson family. AJ Martin.
Thank you.
Pardon me. After you stabbed AJ Martin, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Yes.
Nobody jumped on top of you.
No.
Nobody was kicking at you or punching you.
No.
You're just in the water by yourself, right?
Apparently, yes.
We're going to take a look at the video starting at 1:55. That's you in the water, still holding your knife, right? Pardon me, this is before you got up. At this point, you're standing there. There's nobody hitting you, nobody's punching you, nobody's kicking you, right?
Objection, that's the video should be not standing.
Gentlemen, please come up. Overruled.
Right? You made up that story?
To Brandy Hart?
Lieutenant Hart, yes.
I don't remember that, but I saw the video, yes.
At no point did anybody pull any knife on you, right?
Correct.
You're the only person who had a knife.
Correct.
You had said earlier that you had waved for your friends to come over because you were so scared, right? Right?
During we're moving back in time now?
Oh, yeah. Earlier you had waved. We saw the
Yes.
video. You said
Yes.
you waved to your friends
Yes.
because you were scared. Your fear level was at whatever. And in fact, Ariel came over, right?
Yes.
And he's in the group at the point that Riley Madison's standing there bleeding into the river, right? He's standing
Yes.
right behind
Yep.
him.
Yep.
And at the time that you stabbed Tony Carlson, Ariel's right there, right in the group, correct?
I see that in the video, yes.
And when you stabbed Isaac Schuman, he's also standing there, right?
I didn't see him there at the time, but yes, in the video, yes.
So this narrative about it being 13-on-1, you had a friend there, right? Your friend was standing right there. He's in the video, right?
In the video. I don't remember him being there.
But you saw him coming, walking downstream.
I don't remember.
You waved for him, right?
I waved at my group.
At no point when you stabbed Tony, Riley, and Isaac, did you call out to your friend and say, hey, help me, they're attacking me, right? Even though he's in the frame and he's close to the action, so to speak. You never said that, right?
I
It all
was
happened so quickly.
stunned. Couldn't talk.
The last person you stabbed was Dante Carlson, right?
Yes.
And this is in the sequence of events, everything else had happened, right?
Yes.
Sustained.
All the other stabbings had already occurred, right? At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson.
Yes.
He wasn't punching you at that point.
I was surrounded. People were coming at me. I just came up a couple of times, being punched in the head, punched in the mouth. I fell on river rocks. I was in pain. I was hurting.
Tony Carlson had broken up the fight between you and Dante never hit you again after that, did he?
Objection. That's
Sustained form. Please rephrase.
At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson, he was not fighting with you, right?
Correct.
He had not punched you immediately before you decided to stab him.
Correct.
In fact, you took a couple steps toward him to stab him, didn't you?
I thought he was attacking me.
So at that point, you stabbed 5 people and you decided to leave the area. Is that true?
I walked away.
You walked up to Ernesto, right?
Yes.
You didn't say anything about being attacked, right?
I didn't. I was in shock.
You said they took my knife, right? To Ernesto.
I don't remember that, but that's what I said according to all the video and.
Well, if Ernesto said that, that's what you said.
Yeah.
You still got the knife on your person, right? Even though you just told them they took your knife, you still had it, right?
No. When I reached the tubes?
No. When Ernesto came walking up and you walked up to him, you told him they took my knife. It's the first thing out of your mouth, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Instead of walking to your group, you walked up to the south shore of the lake, of the river, right?
Yes.
And on the way, you washed off the knife in the river.
I don't remember that.
Well, you had blood on your hand and on the knife, right?
Yes.
When you left the area, right?
Yeah.
When you got back to your group, nobody saw any blood on your hands, or right?
objection, foundation.
Sustained.
At some point, you rinsed your hand and the knife in the water, right?
I don't remember that. But, yeah.
What you do remember is throwing the knife up into the bushes on the south bank.
Right on the bank, yes.
Attempt to conceal.
And then you finally walked over to your group, right?
As I was walking, I threw it away, yes.
No, no. You walked out of your way to get to the south bank to get rid of it, and then walked back across the river to your group, right?
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
We're going to play the video taken by Larry and Davis, Judge. It's grainy, but it's of some value.
You have many more questions?
Yes.
Well, maybe this will be a good time to take a break. Let's recess and we'll come back at 2:50. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
All right.
Mr. Smestad.
Mr. Miu, I want to ask you some more questions about the stabbing of Dante Carlson. Is it fair to say that you did not know that Larry and Davis was recording that part of it?
No.
And you've seen that video here in court?
Yeah.
You are the person in the dark shorts, correct? in that video?
It was not very clear, so I couldn't make
Yeah.
out who was who.
I think this
If
video
there's a
is
person
very,
wearing
very
dark
blurry.
shorts with the same body type as you in the video, is it you?
Fear.
Hold on. Sustained.
Well, we're going to watch the video. We're going to watch it through at full speed. Your screen's not on.
Oh, Mr. Cameraman, sure. I think that
We're
video
going
was
to play
actually
part of
played
it, but slower, but not the
day 4 or 5
not the end part.
of the trial. Around
Ready?
then.
What's the time frame? Yeah. This is at the very beginning. Mr. Miu, do you see yourself in the left-hand side foreground wearing the dark shorts? Where the cursor's pointed?
I can't make out.
You don't know if that's you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape that you had at the time?
Objection, no foundation. Sustained.
You've been in court since the beginning of the trial, right?
Correct.
You've seen all these people testify,
Yes.
the people that were all involved in the incident, right?
Yes.
At the time that you stabbed these folks, there wasn't anybody else in that area of the river that had the same body shape as you, correct?
Objection, no foundation. Sustained. It's the same question.
You're aware that Dante Carlson's wearing shorts that are black on the bottom and light gray on top, right?
That's what I learned.
We're going to go through it slowly.
Yes.
Makes it very difficult when you can't actually see the video as he's testifying.
And from what I learned, not that I remember, that called 911 and yeah, I don't remember any of that stuff. So I don't remember.
So you remember waiting for Eric Williams to come back to join your group so you could leave?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember saying, let's go? You yourself saying that?
Objection asked and answered cumulative city.
Overruled. Overruled.
I don't remember.
Ernesto Torres, he's your best friend.
Yes.
You didn't tell him what happened as you were floating away?
I didn't talk to him. I don't remember talking to anybody. I don't even remember going down the river or up the river. I was just stunned. I don't remember anything.
You didn't tell Ernesto, I was afraid for my life and I did this?
No.
Last
You never told Ernesto that I acted in self-defense?
I don't remember talking to anybody.
You didn't say I was afraid they were going to kill me, these folks?
Objection, no foundation. The city doesn't.
I don't remember.
As you were leaving the area, you saw folks giving CPR to Isaac Schuman, right?
I didn't see that.
All right. Eventually, you made it down to Village Park where the exit was, right?
Eventually.
And there's some video of you relaxed in your tube, kind of playing in the water with your hand, right?
Objection is to form.
Sustained.
Do you remember seeing the video of you
I remember seeing the video.
relaxing in your tube before you got back to the end?
Objection is to form.
Sustained.
Did you see the video or not?
I said I did.
When you got to Village Park, your group exited the river, right?
Yes.
There was multiple police in the area, right?
Yes.
You saw a uniformed officer with his gun drawn, walking towards you, right? You didn't approach that officer.
I was afraid of everybody at
You were
that
afraid
time.
that you're afraid of the officer.
I was afraid of anything and everybody. I was afraid of anything. I couldn't, I was still in shock, so I was afraid of everything. Yes.
You didn't approach the officer and say, they tried to kill me, I defended myself, nothing like that, right?
I don't remember saying anything like that to anybody.
You walked right by him, right?
All that is a blur. I don't remember it.
Once you got further up the path, though, other officers were able to pick you out of your group, right?
Apparently, yes.
They stopped you, right, before you could leave the park.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember the police stopping you and detaining you in the park after this incident?
I remember being stopped, but I don't remember the details.
Sure. You were aware that the police had a picture of you from the river, right?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police had to take your hat and glasses off to make sure that it was you in the picture?
Nope. I was focused on one thing only. Somebody with a bat that I've seen in the woods and across that whatever bridge, the little bridge, Rainbow Bridge, whatever. I was focused on him. I was very afraid of that person.
Did you ever say to an officer, hey, there's a guy over there with a bat and that's concerning me. Can you do something about it?
That must have been the two
You're
people
put into
that
a
went
squad
up on
car,
their
right?
own
Mm-hmm.
looking for him.
But yes,
Yes.
Sheriff Knudsen came over to make sure you were comfortable, right?
I saw that in the video. Yes.
You don't remember talking to Sheriff Knudsen?
No.
You remember him asking you, well, if you don't remember, you don't remember. We're going to play that video and then I have some questions for you.
Well, this is when he plays dumb and said, I heard someone was stabbed and I fit the description.
Your Honor, this is the longer version of the video that's been referenced. It's 1 minute and 59 seconds.
House, when you're ready.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I seen people gather around it.
Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know. Okay, well.
Did you see anybody injured?
No.
You didn't see anybody injured?
No.
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Screaming in anger or screaming in pain? Do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know.
Seems pretty calm and collected.
Screaming,
Okay.
you know, yeah, calling each other names.
Doesn't look like he's in a panic or anything,
Seen that
is
all
he?
day.
What do you reckon?
Been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, I don't know. Kids being kids.
Kids being kids.
Why not?
Where's your group from?
Don't
Where did you drive from today?
I drove from
Why attempt to conceal it?
Prior Lake.
From Prior Lake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't drive it. We came here alone.
Your wife and you? And you met the group here?
Yeah, but we know each other.
Okay. All right. As long as the temperature's good, I'll check back with you in a minute, okay? Thank you.
To attempt to conceal, you know you've done wrong.
You lied to Sheriff Knudsen, right?
I don't remember that conversation. But yes.
You told him that you heard there was a stabbing, right?
I don't remember any of this stuff.
You're fishing for information about what happened, right?
Objection,
I don't know
argumentative.
what you could say I was fishing. I don't know.
You asked him some questions about what had happened, right?
Again, I don't remember this conversation.
But you were pretending that you didn't know what happened. Is that true?
No.
At the point that you were talking to Sheriff Knudsen and saying these things, you didn't know there was a video of what happened on the river, did you?
Credibility, toilet.
I didn't know whether I was dead or alive at that point.
But you also didn't know that there was a video, right?
No.
And
When the
therein lies the
sheriff
key.
asked you what had happened, one of your responses was it was kids being kids, right?
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You just heard yourself say it on the video, though.
So
Objection, no foundation.
I'll move on. Prior to being taken to jail, you were transferred from that squad car that you were in to a different squad car, right? Remember that? You remember at some point Deputy Thomason telling you that you were under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
I don't remember any of that.
When you spoke with Lieutenant Hart, even though you'd been informed that you were being arrested for homicide, you pretended to know that, to not be aware that someone had died, right? Right? When you were talking to Lieutenant Hart, you...
Over here at the jail?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You don't recall pretending to not be aware that someone had died.
Objection assumes a fact.
Sustained.
When you're talking to Lieutenant Hart, that was about 4 hours after you had been arrested, right?
Yeah, that's what I learned.
And then you had time to put together a story, right?
No.
Overruled.
You had 4 hours to come up with a story about what happened on the river before you were interviewed by Lieutenant Hart, right?
No.
You didn't have that time.
I didn't put a story together.
Okay. So when you told her things like, 2 of these boys pulled knives on me, you're telling the truth?
No.
That was a story, right?
Correct.
And when you said that you somehow managed to grab one of the boys' arms and bend their wrist back and stab them with their own knife, that's a story you made up, right?
I told her what I remembered.
You remember doing that?
No, everything I told her is what I remembered at that time.
At the time you told her these things, you thought that you would grab someone's arm and stab them with their own knife?
As you can see, I was very confused.
Did you not testify earlier that you lied about the knife?
That I did.
And that nobody else had a knife on the river except for you?
That I lied about the knife.
So it's impossible then for you to have twisted someone's arm and stabbed them with their own knife, right?
I saw the video.
No, I'm asking what you said to Lieutenant Hart.
I don't remember the interview, but I saw the video. And
you're aware.
And I know that it's not right. It's not true.
Not just a couple of little lies, but lie on top of lie to Lieutenant Hart, right?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, let's talk about some of the things you told her. You said, these boys took the goggles off my head and threw them down the river, right? You told her that?
If that's what
This
the
is
video
brutal.
recorded, yes.
Absolutely
Right?
brutal.
You told her that these boys tried to pull down your shorts, right?
That's what I saw in the video, but I don't remember the interview.
That's a detail you added for your benefit, right?
No.
You said these boys attacked you, right? You told her that
All right.
multiple times.
Over and over
Right.
and over the lies. Let's see if we can get to redirect.
My screen looks like that.
Screen is this with the library.
That was my, that's my home screen, but
16 seconds or so.
All right.
Yes.
If there's 24 frames a second and we watch for 16 seconds, as you sit here now, are you able to break down exactly what happened in each of those 284 frames? I mean, do you have a memory of
No.
1/24 of a second?
No,
For
absolutely not.
how, as far as time goes, if you can, I apologize, but if you can, just put yourself back in that space for a moment.
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
When you're back in that space, on that river, in that time, did you seem like you had 284 different chances to do different things and feel different things?
No.
How did time feel in that moment?
It was not real. Everything was not real. Time wasn't following the same rules.
When you
slow, very slow.
When you said you didn't have a memory of some of the details, but you had a memory of the feelings, can you explain, how is that?
So feelings are brought on by what's happening, at least with me. If you get hit in the head, that's a feeling of hurt. If you fall back and you hit your head, you fall back on river rock and you get hurt, you feel pain. When you know you can't get away and you feel like you're drowning and there are people on top of you pounding you and holding you in the water, that's a timestamp in a filing cabinet that says this is what I suffered.
You exactly. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, it's something I would love to erase from my memory, but unfortunately, there are lots of those feelings, very strong feelings I can't erase.
How confident are you in the accuracy of your feelings?
I know my feelings. I lived with my feelings for 54 years.
How about this feeling? How confident are you in the accuracy of this feeling? That
100% confident that is my feeling. 100% confident.
Even if you can't remember the details of everything you saw?
Correct.
It's not
Even
uncommon.
if you can't remember the details of everything you heard?
Right.
Let me, because there was some question that I want to just make sure we cover it, right?
Mhm.
AJ, Mark, do you remember each of these acts that you're charged with, each of these acts of stabbing?
No.
Do you remember the particulars, that is, I should say, the particulars of like X person did this or Y person did this or Z person did this?
No.
Do you remember, do you have any memory of just randomly stabbing people?
No.
What is your memory as to why you did what you did?
I was afraid for my life, and what I did, I had to do to defend myself.
Do you have a memory of stabbing anybody that didn't come towards you or attack you or touch you or push you or hit you?
No.
Did you ever just randomly go up and hit somebody?
No.
Do you have any memory of Tony Carlson trying to break anything up?
No.
Do you were asked about that, but I know there's some frames on that. Do you remember the frame in which Tony Carlson's coming up from behind and pushing you?
I didn't know who he was, but I remember being held in the water. I mean, it's a feeling that it gives me the nightmares, the trauma that was caused by that. That's the trauma that I remember.
I actually believe him.
There were asked some questions there at the end about the Larry and Davis video. Could you make anything out in there?
Let's ponder this. Okay. I believe that he did act in self-defense, that he feared for his life, and he had every right to, given the surroundings that he found himself in, unfortunate surroundings. Had he not had that knife in his pocket, how do you think he would have responded? I think that unfortunately, some point during that 3-minute video, he's remembered the knife in the pocket and put his hand down to grab it just in case. And that was his only weapon available. And unfortunately, it was a weapon that caused lethal injury. What if he'd had car keys in there, or I don't know. Just tragic.
No, I thought I was looking at Sasquatch.
Do you remember? Do you
He's
remember
probably got
anything about
PTSD.
Dante? Dante Carlson is the person on the video previously that we saw here that it hit you. You know that, correct?
Yeah.
And he's the person in those two-tone shorts, correct?
Yeah.
Do you have a memory of how it came to be that you defended yourself against him that's not on the Jawan Cockfield video?
No.
You remember him coming up to you?
I remember lots of people coming on to me.
And don't forget, the actual stabbing incident was only about 25 seconds within that 3.5-minute video. So it just happened so quick.
I couldn't distinguish who. I don't remember color of shorts or anything like that.
Did you ever swing or hit the knife out of anger?
No.
Why'd you use the knife?
I use because I'm a mechanical engineer. I use it as a tool. But what I used it for that day, I used it to save my life for self-defense.
That's all. Mr. Smestad?
So there's about 15 minutes testimony left.
You hear over and over again that there was 13 people there, and you're there by yourself, right?
Apparently, yes.
But we know that's not true because Ariel was behind you.
Objection. Sustained.
13 people did not attack you, correct?
They don't have
Looking
to
at
be
the
attacked
evidence,
to feel
correct.
your life.
In the picture at the time, I didn't know that.
13 people were using words that you didn't like, right?
In action, right?
2 women touched you on your shoulders and arms, right?
They didn't just touch me on my shoulders and arms. You know that.
You were 250 pounds at the time, right?
Yes.
And these women touching your arms caused you to fear for your life?
They're not touching.
Objection.
Taken out of context.
That's not the evidence. That's not what he said.
Again, members of the jury, disregard what the attorneys say because what they say is not evidence. What the witness says is the evidence that you rely on. Next question.
You said the time slowed down for you on redirect, right? You said the rules didn't apply, time slowed down.
To me, at that time, everything felt different.
If time had slowed down, you would have time to consider your actions, right?
If it did slow down, yes. So I was wrong when I said it slowed down, but yes.
But that's what you said, right?
I understand.
You never told the SART nurse that you had been drowning, right?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I don't remember what I told the doctor.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you had been drowning?
I don't remember.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Miu. You may come back to the table.
All right. Wacko the Dinlow. All right. Let's see. What's the time? 2:39. Do we go into day 8? Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look. We'll give it a gander, shall we? Day 8. Ooh, wrong way. So basically what they do now is they, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because they go through the jury instructions and finalise them, and they add the lesser includeds into that, which I showed you at the start. So day 8, we're going to start in at the 28-minute mark, where it's a little bit amusing. They, hang on, I won't spoil it, but let's have a look, see. Share screen. Oh, I'm already sharing. Hang on, full screen. Add to stage. And go.
The jury will be provided with a few copies of the printed instructions in the deliberation room for their reference. Mr. Anderson, at sidebar, you said you had a motion to make?
Yes, Judge, I have a motion to strike one of the jurors. It was brought to my attention yesterday that during portions of testimony yesterday, one of the jurors was sleeping for an extended period of time, and to the point of nodding off and then jerking awake. Both sides have a right to a fair trial, which includes juries that are attentive.
I just thought that was amusing. What happens is that the judge rules that the portion of the testimony, if the juror did actually fall asleep, it was during a video, and the video would be available in the jury room for deliberations. So he didn't go any further with that. That didn't go any further. So, all right. So basically, after this motion, and the judge makes his ruling that he's not going to do anything about it, the judge reads through the jury instructions, which is lengthy, and includes the lesser included charges that I'll show you again. So they went from first-degree intentional homicide and attempted first-degree intentional homicide to include the lesser includeds of second-degree intentional homicide, first-degree reckless homicide, and second-degree reckless homicide. And for the others, again, they included the lesser includeds of second-degree attempted homicide and recklessly endangering safety, and battery for Madison Cohen. So that is where we're at. So let's get off there and let's go to oh, hang on. The defense rests. We must do. Where is it? Oh, sorry. All right. Let's get into it. Closing arguments. State's up first. 206. What? Why isn't that moving past 205? 20.
The weight of the evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each short break. After that, we'll hear from Mr. Sharafazi, and then Mr. Anderson will be permitted to give a short rebuttal. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Judge.
Righto. State's up. Closing arguments. Told you it was going to be a long one tonight.
Absolutely senseless and horrific acts of violence. And all Nicolae Miu had to do was walk away. All he had to do was walk away. That's what you've seen in this case. You saw he told Lieutenant Hart, "They told me I can't run away." Obviously not true. Think about the result of his actions. everything you've seen in this trial, the horrific injuries, the death of Isaac, why didn't he just walk away? His only explanation when testifying was, I stood my ground. I stood my ground. First of all, Wisconsin is not a stand your ground state.
Objection. Overruled.
I'll talk about that specifically from your jury instructions. Second, that's not true, as I'll show you. He didn't just stand his ground. I'm not going to defend the actions of the boys who testified. It was cruel what they were calling Nicolae. They shouldn't have been mocking him, calling him predator, raper. But their conduct did not justify what Nicolae did. You heard from Alina, Isaac's mother, about her son Isaac. He was 17 years old when he was killed. He enjoyed golfing, spending time with friends. He recently started a new business, detailing cars. He was an honor student looking forward to going to college. His death was senseless. One of the things defense said in the beginning of trial in their opening was they're glad there's a video. So are we. Without the video, Nicolae would have slipped away. The only reason he was apprehended was because law enforcement had that screenshot of him. The video doesn't fade with time. It's not biased, not influenced by alcohol. As I told you in the beginning of this case, the violent episode from the video is about 25 seconds, from the point he punches Madison until you see him walking off after stabbing 5 people. He's not seen, Nicolae is not seen in that video for 8 to 9 seconds until the point you see him walking away. You don't see him stab Dante. Some of you may have wondered why we called Marion Davis. Certainly it wasn't for his eyewitness testimony, but he took a video. He took a video that captured a different angle than Juwan's video. It's grainy, it's difficult to see, but you can see enough. And it shows Nicolae seeking Dante out and stabbing him when his group is in the opposite direction. Nicolae walks into a crowd of people, stabs Dante. Before I show you that video again, I need to provide some context from Juwan's video.
Take it off.
I think that's all Isaac Schuman's family and friends, or the victim's family and friends. I can't see his mum there.
Clear the screen, please. So here at 2 minutes and 6 seconds, this is after Nicolae has stabbed the 4 people that you do see parts of on the video. He's standing next to Ariel. Ariel's there. Nicolae's not by himself. Two minutes, 8 seconds. That's the last you'll see of Nicolae until you see him walking off in this video. You see Dante or AJ,
that's
the boys running back to their tubes, and you see Larian filming in the background.
In the second row.
Larian captured what Nicolae was doing at this point, even though this video didn't. And here, in a moment, you can see the edge of Dante's swim trunks on the right. You can see the light on top, the dark on bottom. At this point in Larian's video, Dante's just been stabbed.
I think that's Isaac's girlfriend.
The next you see of Nicolae, he's walking off. You can see Dante in the background, holding his stomach, looking down at his wound. Well, actually, you can keep it up for a second, sorry. And then for further context, you see Alex Bang running to Isaac. Let's see Larian's video. Okay, I have this drink. Remember, Nicolae admitted he walked up to Larian. He walked up to Dante and stabbed him. He admitted Dante was the last person he stabbed. Here you can see Nicolae, dark swim trunks, bigger build.
That was the
on the right. You can see Dante,
video that was
swim
very,
trunks,
very
lighter
blurry.
on top, darker on bottom.
We were talking about
You see
earlier.
Nicolae walk up to Dante and stab him in the chest. You'll see Dante recoil from the stab. You see the boys on the right running to their tubes.
Very unclear.
And in the second here, you'll see Alex Bang. You'll zoom in on him as he runs to Isaac.
Good morning, Bri Bear. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us
I'm going to show that again.
from CT.
So
Please explain.
a few things to know. There's nothing between Nicolae and Larian. He's not surrounded. His friend Ariel is there at this point. There's nothing to the left and behind Nicolae except his group in the distance that you can't see on video. He walks away from those directions towards a group of people and stabs Dante in the chest, not standing his ground. He's seeking out Dante. That's retribution, not self-defense.
You've come in just at the good bits. Oh, wow, really?
And recall too the DNA results.
Is it
Isaac's
Brian?
DNA and Dante's DNA was the only DNA on the knife. They're also the last two that are stabbed. It makes sense from how the analysts
It
describe
was
it.
awesome anyway.
DNA, how it can wash off.
Loved it. Can't thank him enough. Ah, yes, Brian.
You probably noticed throughout
Welcome.
this trial, not a lot of witnesses come off looking great after they
Thank you very much for your support.
There's some exceptions. Obviously, the Good Samaritans who went to aid Isaac and AJ.
Do you have a channel
Eric
too,
Von
Brian?
Williams included in that from Nicolae's group.
If
He's
so,
the only one
pop
who
it in
went to
chat
their
and
aid.
I will.
Sheena Lowell, you heard her testify from the Carlson group. You saw her just standing in the background watching what was going on the whole time. She was completely sober. You heard her testify. Nicolae punched Madison. She has zero connection with the group anymore, zero contact. Her and Quentin broke up. Tony is another one. He only comes in to break up what he thinks is a fist fight. He's directing Nicolae towards Nicolae's group. Nicolae turns and stabs him twice. Another one I submit to is an exception that acted admirably is Isaac. His death was tragic and horrific. This is what you see of Isaac in the video. On the left, he's standing next to his tube, not moving away from his tube. He's pointing at Nicolae to leave. In the middle, when Nicolae turns back to Isaac, Isaac puts his hands up, fingers splayed. The only other thing you see of Isaac is him standing in the background. When the other boys are mocking, calling names to Nicolae, Isaac is just standing in the background. He's not saying anything. He's not doing anything. He's not jeering. He's just standing there holding their tubes. There's been a pretty serious mischaracterization of Isaac's actions with regard to when he gets stabbed. Defense has tried to classify it as a strangulation. Defense accused the state in openings of being selective in the photos we used, the frames, to try to show a certain narrative about Nicolae smiling. As you've seen, he's smiling a lot in the video. But Defense is actually doing that when it comes to Isaac.
Mischaracterization.
Nicolae never said anything about being choked, never said anything about pain on his neck. Even when specifically asked by the start nurse, never mentions anything. And the video doesn't lie. So on the left, Nicolae has just stabbed Riley, who you heard from multiple witnesses were just standing there.
Have you seen this trial?
Tony comes to try to break it up. Nicolae stabs him twice. Isaac, just off frame, I submit to you, he just saw Nicolae stab those two people completely unprovoked. Although he was in the background the whole time, not doing anything, he came to their aid. And he pushes Nicolae. You can clearly see it's a push. He has one hand on the arm, other hand on the chest. It's Nicolae's own action of thrusting the knife into Isaac's heart that moves Isaac's hands. You can even see from the release, it's a push. He's not sitting there left holding his hands out in a choking motion. Let me take the screen down. Yes. I'm going to show you the video so you can see it's obviously a push.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
While my computer is loading here, even if it was a strangulation, which it clearly isn't, Isaac was justified in using any level of force. He just saw Nicolae stab two people.
In my opinion, I think Nicolae Miu did fear for his life. I think he did act in self-defense, but I think the use of lethal force perhaps wasn't necessary. But I certainly, in that situation, would have feared for my life. And I was saying before, what happens if he hadn't have had that knife in his pocket? It was the only thing he had to defend himself with, and it could have been a completely different outcome, and a 17-year-old boy could still be with us today. It's just tragic.
Who posed no threat to Nicolae.
And he got hammered, absolutely hammered on
Tony was
cross-examination.
breaking up the fight. He had actually ignored Nicolae at first, walked past him, pushed Dante out of the way. Riley was just standing there. I'm at 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Can we have the screen? Clearly a push. Defense has mischaracterized the entire situation as 13 on 1, 13 on 1, implying it's some sort of mob beating up Nicolae.
How can you mischaracterize
It's not
that?
the 13 people yelling at Nicolae. As you saw in the video, Gabby, Janelle, they're just standing in the background. Isaac, he's just standing in the background, not yelling anything. It's 13 people in the proximity, only 2 close to him.
Are you showing your age there, Brian? I actually really like this judge. He really controls the
Nicolae's
courtroom.
clearly not afraid of the boys. He ran up on the boys, turns his back on them, and
No
others
talking
multiple
objections.
times. Even at worst, this is a 2-on-1 with AJ and Dante. But even then, as you saw in the video, Ariel's right there. So it's more like a 2-on-2. Ariel's right there. Plus,
add
Tony
Ariel and
comes in as a
Janelle, and
neutral
that's
party
the
to
thing.
separate things. It's not 13 on 1. As soon as AJ gets disemboweled, you see people start to move away. So it's not, there's not even 13 people immediately around. You saw Owen way in the background because he saw the knife. So why try to mischaracterize the situation?
The same reason you're doing it.
Because there's some things that are hard to explain otherwise for defense. Turn on the screen, please. This is the second time you saw in the video that Nicolae turns his back on the boys and people from the Carlson group. You don't turn your back on somebody. It's common sense. You don't check your common sense at the door when you serve as a jury. You don't turn your back on somebody if you're afraid of them, especially if you're so afraid you got to reach for your knife. You can't be that afraid that he's got to reach for his knife and so unafraid that he turns his back on them. He was angry, not afraid. That image on the right
Really
is
angry
only
in that
less than
photo.
30 seconds after he turns his back on them, touching his knife. The defense tried to explain that change from in that 30-second window by saying he was getting pushed by Madison and Riley. He was getting pushed. They're lightly touching his arms and they're tiny. They're not in his face. You can see in the images, they're standing close. They're not in his face. They're not shaking their fists at him.
Really?
They're not even sticking their fingers in his face. They're standing close to him, touching his shoulders, pointing, yelling at him to leave.
That's a very... They've chosen those slides very carefully.
I'm going to back up a little bit and talk about Nicolae looking for the phone. So Eric Von Williams from Nicolae's group, you heard testify, before any of this happened, he was concerned about Nicolae's behavior. He was concerned that people were going to think he was a predator.
And why would you come to that
Ernesto told
conclusion
Nicolae not to
straight
go
away?
look for the phone. The group, others in the group told him not to. You heard they didn't care about the phone. Ariel didn't care about the phone. Nicolae went.
Ariel did not say, Nicolae, don't go and look for my phone. They're going to think you're a predator. Sorry. Ba-boom. No. He could have had that as an afterthought, but you don't automatically think, oh, he's going to go and look for my phone with his snorkel and goggles, but someone's going to think he's a predator. No.
Sandy said he went twice, was back for 5 to 10 minutes, then went again over by the boys. Defense argued in opening that the boys' goal, their goal was to humiliate Nicolae. Clearly, he wasn't looking for little girls.
Sure.
But the boys are not completely unreasonable in their belief. Eric Von Williams thought the same thing. They reacted wrong.
To die.
But they just didn't invent this whole thing in order to humiliate Nicolae.
But I don't think he intentionally really meant to cause that much injury.
What about Nicolae? 52 years old, apparently sober, according to, I think, what defense will argue. He didn't have any signs of intoxication when law enforcement made contact with him, but he certainly made a point of telling Lieutenant Hart multiple times how much he was boozing and drinking on the river. He can't let it go that he was insulted. So much so that as the boys are tubing away from him, all Nicolae has to do is stand there. He doesn't even have to take a step back. He just has to stand there, let the boys continue tubing. They're down in the tubes. He starts walking up to them, touches his knife, and then runs up to them. You heard Nicolae's ridiculous description or explanation for why he ran up on the boys. Because one was holding a phone. He thought it was Ariel's phone. You also heard Nicolae had to admit that pretty much everyone on the river had those phone cases.
Maybe perhaps a millennial thing, dare I say. My bad.
Another double standard from defense is physical attributes of those involved. They wanted to elicit evidence that Nicolae is feeble. Sandy, he wasn't feeble according to Sandy. He had a surgery a couple years ago, recovered in a few weeks. Maybe things took him a little longer than they did before. He wasn't feeble according to Ernesto. You heard Ernesto, when he was being asked about the stabbing, said, he's a big guy. He was in the Army. He doesn't need a knife to defend himself. He didn't say, oh, he's this fragile old guy.
I still don't believe he went there.
He's clearly not feeble, as you see in the video. He runs up on these boys in the water.
Yeah, he thinks
he leaves behind devastating injuries.
Waved in front of him, his friends.
Slices clean through.
He didn't realize that it was being recorded.
He comes out of the whole event essentially uninjured. While defense tries to argue that Nicolae is this feeble old man, they ignore that the only two people actually standing close to Nicolae are these two females that are barely over 100 pounds.
Yeah. With big mouths.
If the boys are a threat, why does Nicolae run up on them? And clearly he knows they're not a threat to him. When he ran up on them, grabbed their tubes, standing over them, they did nothing. They didn't kick up at him. They didn't punch at him. They jumped out of their tubes and moved away from him. He knows they're not a threat to him.
How do you
They're
know
mocking and saying cruel things, but not violent. You saw how awkward it was for Nicolae to try to explain this transition. From 0 fear to 10 out of 10 fear, he's got to take out his knife. Try to explain it with what I submit to you is obviously rehearsed testimony, but
I think that's Sandy, his wife, in the just here.
You heard from witnesses recounting what they recall of Nicolae, the demonic look in his face, staring through people, smirking. Defense argued in opening, it's a slide tour here, there.
Sorry,
after seeing the video so many times, that's not the case. When he's not glaring, he's smirking in the video. Recall, I asked Ernesto, his best friend, when he was trying to describe the shock of Nicolae, I asked, was he smiling? He didn't say, yeah, he smiles when he's scared. He smiles when he's nervous. He said, who's going to smile in a situation where they're in shock or in fear?
Yep.
Nicolae was angry. He wasn't afraid.
Yep. And he was
smirking
not
even as
in
he's
good
holding the
health.
knife.
He was overweight. Perhaps he thought that's all
Why didn't he just walk away?
do. Yeah.
Defense had tried to argue there's rocks unstable, his sandals were bad. Didn't stop him from running up to the boys as they're tubing away from him. Why didn't he just hold the knife up? Say, hey, I got a knife, back up.
That's a threat.
You saw, Owen is the only person who saw the knife and you saw his reaction. So everyone else is moving forward and responding to Nicolae punching Madison. Owen's trying to pull people back. Next you see him, he's off in the distance. This whole thing would have ended if Nicolae just held up the knife. Instead of opening it down by his waist without looking down, because it's human nature, if he would have looked down, people would have looked down. He holds it down by his waist, opens it up, never displays it, or says he has a knife. Nicolae did not act as any reasonable person would in that situation if they were truly in fear of their life or great bodily harm.
That's a big call.
Here's Owen reacting, as you see. Again, Isaac just standing in the background in the middle. You see when other people are moving forward, Owen's trying
I
to
hope your bypass went well, Bri. How long ago was that?
He's got a knife. So let's talk about the punch to Madison. I submit to you the evidence shows clearly, beyond a reasonable doubt, Nicolae punched her.
Welcome back.
She fell backwards, but caught herself.
Wasn't that a show once?
Multiple witnesses testified to seeing her falling backwards. Defense is arguing on cross. Well, she's not wet. She didn't actually fall down. Witnesses are all standing in that kind of semicircle around Nicolae. She gets punched and falls backwards, and then their attention's back to Nicolae because Dante's hitting him. They're not going to see that she caught herself. They're going to think she fell down. Look at her position next to Riley. They're shoulder to shoulder in front of Nicolae before the camera pans away. When the camera pans back, now Dante's shoulder to shoulder with Riley, and Maddie is back. She clearly got knocked backwards. Her sunglasses aren't on her head anymore. Defense has a double standard about that too. If there's not a photo of it, it didn't happen.
Nice
There's not a photo of an injury, it didn't happen. We know Nicolae got punched. He didn't have any injury.
Still got punched.
Defense can't have it both ways. So turn and talk a little bit about memory, credibility. Obviously, a witness's memory is better closer to the event. That's obvious.
Hammer and nail.
Alcohol is going to affect memory. Traumatic events going to affect memory. How fast it happens is going to affect memory. But crucially, and absolutely crucially, there's a huge difference between getting some details wrong, right hand, left hand, sequence of events, and making up an entire story like Nicolae did. Defenses try to highlight throughout the trial.
If you go back to the start of this stream, Bri, we showed the interview from Brandy Hart, who was the police officer who interviewed both Nicolae and his wife Sandy that night, and it showed his explanation and his lies that he made up at the time because he didn't know there was a video of the incident. And then we go on to his full testimony, which is extensive. It's about 3 hours, which is why this stream is so long, and how he has no memory apparently of making any of those statements and suddenly can't remember. So he really got hammered in cross big time, and his credibility has just gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nicolae was in this traumatic experience. Give him a break.
Wasn't prepped very well.
He made up this all these lies, told this whole story. Even though he looks calm and collected in the videos, he's convincing in the videos, talking to the sheriff, talking to Lieutenant Hart. But don't give any sort of credence to the theory that trauma affects memory for anyone in the Carlson's group, any of the boys, any who were stabbed, any who had to drag Isaac as he's bleeding to death to the shore. AJ, who's disemboweled, don't give any credence that trauma might affect their memory and how accurately they can remember all the details. But Nicolae, who invented an entire story, tried to skip through the crowd. Give him credence for that. You saw what happened to all these witnesses, how fast it happened. It's not surprising. Some of the details are wrong. But the major point is accurate, is
that's
consistent.
the point there where
this all started when Nicolae punched Madison,
falls
whether
back,
it was the right hand or left hand.
And in that motion, his hand.
You
goes
heard
up
the turmoil of the boys when they realized Isaac is stabbed. Clearly a traumatic experience. There's a big difference between details and invention. Think about the most basic example. You and say your partner go to the grocery store. Park your car, you're leaving the grocery store. You think your car's parked over there, they think it's parked over here. You still know the car is parked in the parking lot, even if you can't remember where it's parked. The same is true for the punch to Madison.
That's unclear on the video, so I'm a bit up in the air about that one.
You heard from 10 people from both from the
contact was made, but I'm not sure if it was closed fist.
That Nicolae struck Madison. So what about, let's talk a little bit about witnesses from Nicolae's group. Ariel, what did he say? At trial, he says Nick defended himself. Can't really say how. Never said that when he interviewed with law enforcement. He denied even being close to Nicolae.
Don't make a comment.
Ariel was there when he stabbed Dante.
Say
He was
nothing.
right there when Nicolae stabbed Riley, Tony, and Isaac. Law enforcement went there with the frame of Ariel standing next to Nicolae when Nicolae has the bloody knife. Ariel denies seeing anything to law enforcement.
How was your lunch, Mr. Ribcage?
Ernesto, at trial,
I hope you had a Yorkshire
testified
good for
he
me.
didn't see Nicolae get hit, just saw him down in the water. Said he couldn't remember Nicolae saying they took my knife. You saw on the body cam, he said that repeatedly. He testified that somebody was walking towards him, he pointed at him, get back. Never said that to law enforcement, although he did describe to law enforcement, as you saw, him saying,
Scroll up
Nicolae,
in
get
the
out,
comments.
Nicolae
There's a
walking
message
out,
for
and he
you,
said, and that's it.
Mr. Movie Cakes.
Never said anything about anyone pointing at him and walking towards him. When I asked, he said, I wasn't asked that question. But he described that event. He also wasn't asked more than 10 times if Nicolae said they took my knife. So, about the punch to Madison again. Sergio, he's in Nicolae's group. He had walked out a little ways. You can see him in the photo on the left in the top right. He had the white shirt, white bucket hat. He testified he saw the blonde girl in the black leotard walk over to Nicolae and say, go, go, go. He said it repeatedly to law enforcement. And he said Nicolae pushed her. So this is what it would have looked like from his perspective, although a lot farther back in that photo on the right. How could he have seen Nicolae do anything to Madison unless she got pushed back, punched back, something violent, not some light push? He's not going to see that from where he was. Madison testified, and you saw in the video, after she was hit, she goes back to her group. Why would she walk away back to her group if Nicolae just lightly maybe touched her, maybe didn't? She told Quentin she was punched. She told police at the scene she was punched. She told police in the interview she was punched. She testified about feeling the throbbing pain in her cheek, her heartbeat in her cheek. Maddie testified she was told by law enforcement, sheriff's office, they didn't need the photo. You heard about that misunderstanding. She had anxiety about deleting the photo. In an effort to console her, she was told, don't worry about it.
We've got another, what are we at? 2:37. If we go through all the closing arguments, both state and defense, I'm not going to go through the jury instructions, but to get to where the deliberations are, we're probably looking at maybe another hour and a half. So yes, if either of you guys want to join the stream and come in and have some commentary, I will put my email in chat and you can send me your link if you have StreamYard, and come on and have some commentary with me. Join in the fun. All right.
This is an important jury instruction in your jury instructions. Although we're not a stand your ground state, there's also not a duty to retreat. But in determining whether Nicolae's actions, whether his use of force was reasonable to prevent or terminate the interference, you may consider whether he had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether he knew of the opportunity. He turned his back on them multiple times facing open water. People were yelling at him to leave, to walk away, to go. And he didn't. Instead, he took out his knife. That is not reasonable. You heard from Sheena Lowell, Janelle Duxbury, Ghazi Khazri and Nazimpour, Dante Carlson, and AJ about the strike to Madison. You heard from the boys, Ryan Nelson, Joanne Cockfield, Landon Wire, and Alex Bang. Alex Bang originally described it as a slap. You heard from Owen that he heard an impact and saw Madison fall back and catch herself. Defense has to argue that they're all either lying or mistaken. All these witnesses, including Sergio. If they're lying, why would Quentin say I saw some swelling and some slight redness, but didn't see the punch? Why wouldn't he just say, yeah, I saw the punch too? Why wouldn't Tony say he saw the punch? Why wouldn't Tony say he saw Riley get stabbed and she's just standing there? They tried to explain what happened as best they could remember. The punch isn't on video, but you see the reaction. You hear Dante yell, you can't hit a woman before Riley is stabbed. They obviously didn't plan this lie in the chaos of the moment. So the only thing defense can argue is they're mistaken. That all of these people standing around Nicolae in that half circle approximate shape, they're all looking in that direction, including Sergio, including Sheena, who was by the group, the tubes for the crossing group. They all were wrong in what they said.
Live streaming's like a mullet. As long as you're decent above, doesn't matter what's down below.
Another defense double standard, it's relatively minor, but I submit to you it shows that they're grasping at straws, is this trying to put Nicolae's group in a different category. There's the drunks on the Apple River, then there's Nicolae's group. About half of you raised your hand that you've been on the Apple River. That's what people do on the Apple River. They go out, they tube, and they drink. Nicolae was in the exact same boat they were in. He wasn't bird watching and this group of drunk teenagers ran up on him. He knew what it's about. He'd been on the river before. Another thing about the punch to Madison, you heard that they didn't get to see the video before giving their statements. Even Jawan, who took the video, said he got far enough to get the screenshot of Nicolae, and then law enforcement took his phone. He didn't get to see the video. You saw what happens in this case if somebody lies about something that happened on video, because Nicolae got burned by that. He made up complete and total lies. Video showed he wasn't telling the truth. The video happens to not show the punch, but it still corroborates what all those witnesses said.
And there were a lot of witnesses. I think they interviewed just about everyone on the river that day.
So, count 6 is battery to Madison Coleman. It has 4 elements. Nicolae caused the battery to Maddie, or caused the injury, the harm, the pain. She testified to that. He intended to cause the harm, despite his denial. I submit to you that's clear. You don't punch somebody without intending to cause harm. She didn't consent. She testified to that. He knew she didn't consent. She's a stranger. Obviously, she didn't consent. He knew that. Punching Madison was not self-defense. Again, there's no duty to retreat, but you have to consider
If you wanted to contact
the
me
opportunity to
offline,
retreat, knowledge of the
that's the
opportunity
email
to retreat,
address at the
and whether
moment.
the use of force was
I
necessary.
need to create a new one.
Preventing the unlawful
Journal's still
or the
so new,
interference
I haven't done it yet.
in Nicolae's
Bad.
person. So what is the interference at the time he punches Madison? The boys are saying cruel things to him. Maddie and Riley are standing in front of him, lightly touching his shoulders. People are pointing and laughing at the boys. They're not, Maddie and Riley aren't in his face. They're standing close, but they're not in his face.
Really?
What
What's
amount
the
of force was
difference in
necessary
your face?
to prevent that interference? People yelling at him, Maddie and Riley standing close. What amount of force was necessary? Absolutely zero. Just walk away. That's what people are yelling at him to do. Just walk away. Instead, he takes out his knife and punches Madison. Regardless of whether you were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt it was a punch, Nicolae essentially
Did he take his knife out before he
Sergio said it was
made
push,
contact
although
with
when
Madison
asked,
or
I don't
after?
remember if it's a push or a punch. There's still provocation. Your jury instructions talk about provocation and how that affects self-defense. A person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he or she reasonably believes he or she has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape or otherwise avoid death or grave bodily.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think
Nicolae
it
ran
was
up on these
after.
boys who were tubing away. They didn't run up on him.
And the law, from memory, I think in the US, to make a claim of self-defense, you can't be the instigator. Is that correct? So if he's supposedly punched Madison, how is he allowed to make a plea of self-defense?
He He ran up on them as they're tubing away from him because they insulted him. He was angry. He didn't walk away from the boys to leave the situation. He went over to Maddie, who was yelling at him to leave, and he lies to her and says, they took my snorkel. I'm going to play that for you so you can hear it.
Just to reinforce it. Hello and welcome to the live stream. Thanks for joining us. Feel free to leave your comments in the chat. Let me know what you think.
Go to the kids, go! Go! Go to the kids, go! Go!
Doesn't actually self-defense or not.
Go! It doesn't matter.
You didn't take it down. He didn't go over there to extricate himself from the situation. He went over there and accused the boys of taking the snorkel, which was a lie. And he had just ran up on the boys. So after he runs up on the boys as they're tubing away, he goes and tells Maddie they took my snorkel. He's standing there smirking at people, takes out his knife.
I'll try and send you an invite.
Either punches or pushes Maddie. That's provocation. Defense has zero reasonable argument, especially when it comes to Tony, Riley, Isaac, and Dante. Nicolae gets punched. He gets struck with an open hand twice. He gets ineffectually pushed by AJ. It doesn't do anything. Nicolae pops right up and disembowels AJ.
The link didn't come up.
After Nicolae goes down in the water, nobody approaches him. Nobody. Nobody goes to kick him. Nobody goes to punch him. Nobody goes to push him again. Tony, with Nicolae down on the ground, Tony walks by Nicolae with his back to Nicolae, yelling, "Get back to Dante."
Like to join and
he
come
turns
in.
around to tell Nicolae to get away, and Nicolae turns around and stabs him. Nicolae was facing his group with an open path of escape after provoking a reaction. He just stabbed Riley before stabbing Tony. After stabbing those two, he stabs Isaac. After that, after Ariel's there, he walks over to Dante, stabs Dante in the chest, right below his ribs, right below his heart.
Woo! Woo! Someone's popped up backstage.
So self-defense. I submit to the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, this is a little bit exciting. Hello. Welcome, Brian Heston. Welcome to the channel. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can. You're my very, very first guest. Welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I wish I was more presentably dressed so I could be on camera.
That's all right. I haven't stood up. As long as the top half from the camera is fine, the bottom half is. Well, RA has what? Pants off Fridays, doesn't he? Have you watched RA for long?
Actually, I just started watching him, I think, on Tuesday last week.
Ah, well, you're in for a treat. He is just amazing. Amazing. Miss Schmooby Cakes. Hey, Bri. She was my very first person in chat yesterday and my first live stream after the night with RA. And yeah, I end up getting, I think, over 90 subscribers from just being on there, which was just phenomenal. Just phenomenal. He's amazing. What can I say?
And good morning from the East Coast of the United States, Miss Schmooby Cakes.
Miss Schmooby Cakes is in Yorkshire in the UK. So she's just had a nice roast pork or roast lunch with her mum and dad with Yorkshire puds. and gravy. Jealous.
Oh, sounds delicious.
What time is it in the US now?
9:06 a.m.
Oh, well, RA is probably streaming now, is he? Maybe we should redirect.
I think
our
RA
three
takes the
people.
weekends off. I'm not expecting him back till Monday.
Oh, really? It's not on
I
until
think
Monday.
so.
Okay.
Yeah, when he signed off Friday, he said he would see us all on Monday morning.
Oh, it's Sunday, isn't it? Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Sunday here. That's usually I'm up and about much before 9 a.m., but it is Sunday, so I slept in.
So you haven't seen this trial or know the outcome or anything like that? This is new to you?
Well, like I said earlier, I watched a few days of it.
Yep.
I am aware that, spoiler alert, I am aware that they
Okay.
guilty.
No worries.
But what I
Yep.
again, what I did see, I think there's culpability on both sides.
For
I
sure.
do think that the kids started it. I mean, the whole interaction, even
Totally
with the videos
unnecessary.
that were shown, it was very. I'm still not sure who threw the first punch, or
It's not really clear, is it? If he connects with Madison at the start there, it's the wrong angle. But how does that work with self-defense? Like, I thought it was if you initiated the confrontation, then you weren't allowed to have that call. Is that true? Or
well, if in broad strokes, if you're the aggressor, you're at fault. I think.
But I suppose if he's
then
in
it gets
fear of
murky
his
with,
life,
even if you are the aggressor, how does it escalate? And then the reasonable standard comes in. What was actually in the perpetrator's mind? You don't even need to be in physical deadly danger. It's just, what did you believe? What did you think?
Yep. I do believe he feared for his life. And I don't think he was very well prepped for cross at all. He did dismally on the stand, and he attempted to conceal.
I did miss him being on the stand. So.
Well, there's 3 hour just within 5 minutes of you coming on was the end of his testimony today on this stream. So if you want to check it out later, you're more than welcome to. So shall we continue, and you can add us your informed information as we go? How's that sound?
I'll let you know what my impressions are.
You're welcome to stay for as long or as short as you like.
This was not justified self-defense, and Nicolae knew it. He knew it from the moment he did it. First of all, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. He's not in an alley with no way out, with people blocking his exit. He's on an open river, 150 feet wide.
He's surrounded
People yelling at him to get away.
people.
None of them are armed. Punch, 2 open hand strikes, ineffectual push. Look at the definition of great bodily harm, whether he reasonably believes death or great bodily harm is imminent.
I do think he was in fear for his life.
For attempted first-degree homicide for Dante, AJ, Tony, and Riley, the state has to prove that he intended to kill each of them. And the acts demonstrate unequivocally, under all circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of each of them, except for the intervention of some other person and an extraneous factor. Third, the defendant not actually believed that the force used was necessary to prevent death.
Oh, wow.
Great bodily harm. So for the intent to kill, but for outside circumstances.
I recognize that name.
AJ,
I do too.
Welcome.
He would have died from blood in the helicopter.
He's
He would have
everywhere.
died, but not for surgery, Dr. Meyer. He is lucky, extremely lucky to be alive. What else was Nicolae's intent? but to kill when he slices him up like that.
He did
He had
not
the
mean
knife
to do that.
blade.
Have you seen the video that where AJ gets sliced up the middle? Yes, Nicolae went to stab him, but AJ pushes him and falls forward, and Nicolae falls back at the same time. And in that, his hand has an upward motion, and that's what causes the slice all the way up. There was no intent there to do that, I don't believe. Have you seen the video?
Yes, and I agree with
Yep.
that characterization.
Yeah.
That wasn't an accident.
They're
He
being
did
pretty
not
harsh,
know.
yeah.
The first thing he does with it is slice up AJ's stomach. Riley, he slashes across the ribs. You saw the horrific nature of those wounds. He cut into her stomach, he cut into her diaphragm. Luckily, he didn't hit any major
They're given a
arteries
lot of
or
leeway
heart
in
along
that.
Tony blocked one stab, so Nicolae stabbed him again. The one he blocked, you saw in the injury, was very close to where AJ's artery was severed. Dante was stabbed again, just below his heart. But for
You must be in
Nicolae
the US
missing
as
vital
well,
organs,
Ugga,
but for
yes?
medical intervention.
What state?
Miu claimed he had tunnel vision. Oh, sorry, I'm back up. So Dr. Meyer also testified you heard about anytime there's a puncture wound to the torso, stomach, they have to go in because there's so many major veins, arteries, organs, they have to go in and make sure something major isn't done. Nicolae killed Isaac, almost killed AJ. Riley needed emergency surgery. Luckily, but for dumb luck, missed the vital organs of Dante. But for AJ blocking one strike and missing vital organs, he survived. Nicolae said he had tunnel vision.
Is that Tennessee?
I thought everyone close to me was attacking me. I thought anyone touched me was attacking me. He didn't stab Ariel, and Ariel came up. Makes the tunnel vision claim a little bit unconvincing. For first-degree intentional homicide,
It's always raining there. Always.
Nicolae stabbed him so hard, he cut clean through 2 ribs.
She gets it.
The wound was deeper than it was wide.
Wasn't so good with Connecticut.
He sliced Isaac's heart.
Well, I've been through
There's
London
no
a couple
intent when you
of
stab
times, and
somebody
I've yet to
directly
see
in
the
the heart.
fog.
Sorry, what was that, bro?
I've been through London several times and have yet to see the fog. It's always been wonderful weather.
Yes, I called London a concrete jungle when I was there back 25 years ago. But I've got family in Liverpool and in Ambleside as well. But I lived in the Lake District. That's divine up there. Absolutely divine. But friggin' cold. Might turn
An
this volume
intent
down.
to kill
when I
doesn't
can
need to
hear
be
better.
planned ahead of time. Your jury instructions talk about that. It doesn't have to be formed a week, a month, a day, even a minute.
You all still hear that?
As long as he had that intent when he does the act, that's intentional homicide. The first element is he caused Isaac's death. That's obvious. Acted with intent to kill. I've
Oh,
addressed
missed one,
that.
sorry.
Did not actually believe the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. I'm going to get to that in a little bit for all the counts. Third element, he did not reasonably believe the force was necessary. That also goes to, I'm sorry, that's part of the third element. So how do we know,
Buckingham House is way overrated.
what Nicolae believed? What a reasonable person would believe. That there's only one person on the planet who experienced what Nicolae experienced, saw what he saw, was standing in his place. And what did Nicolae believe? He believed it was unjustified. The very first thing he does is walk away. Doesn't run. Doesn't tell Ariel or Nestle anything. Doesn't tell them to run.
Switched over to my YouTube.
He walks
name, so
away from his
people will be able
group
to find it
to the other
later.
side of the river. At some point, rinses the knife because
Sorry, darling, I'm having trouble hearing you. Go again.
I just switched to my YouTube name so people will be able to find me later.
Okay, sweet. Do you want to put your details in the chat?
I will try that.
Or email it to me and I will add it to the description box when I finish streaming.
Okay.
Either or.
It wasn't covered in blood.
If you can turn your mic up.
Took the knife on the bank before walking back to his
I
group.
can't hear you very
Says
well.
nothing to his group other than they took my knife. Puts on his hat, sunglasses, and shirt, and sits down in his team. He's the one, as he said in his interview, says, let's go, let's get out of here. They can't right away because Eric isn't there. You saw...
He piffs the knife.
And as they're tooting down the river, you saw the video of him casually paddling along. You saw... So plan one, get away. Slink away with the crowd. That didn't work. Plan two, play dumb. Can you take the screen down, please?
Honesty is always the best policy, unfortunately. Can't lie your ass off and expect credibility not to be shot.
Okay.
Camera recording started.
Sheesh. Everyone awake now?
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All right.
I hear somebody got stabbed.
Oh,
And I fit
good
the
on.
Yes, you do.
Nothing to see
Yeah.
here.
So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about
Oh, I heard
And
about
seen
it.
people gather around it.
it? Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our
Oh,
whole group was
shit.
pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Where's the shovel?
So I don't know.
Yourself out.
Okay, well,
Did you see anybody injured?
no.
You didn't see anybody injured?
No,
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Screaming in anger or screaming in pain? Do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming.
Wasn't me.
You
Okay.
know, yeah, calling each other names. But, you know, that's seen that all day.
This was just
We've all
awful for
been
him.
drinking a
He
lot.
should not
I'm
have
sure
done
they're
this.
drunk. I'm sure they're doing, I don't know,
Okay.
kids
All right.
being kids.
Kids being kids. Where are you? Where's your group from?
How can you go from that story?
Where did you drive from today?
He doesn't know there is a video.
Sure they're drunk, kids being kids. That's what he told Sheriff Knudsen, and he's acting like he has no idea what's going on. Clearly not in shock. You can take it down, sorry. Clearly not in shock. Clearly Nicolae knows that was not justified, and he's looking out for
You guys
Nicolae.
still hear that?
Slinking away didn't work. Playing dumb
Sound.
didn't work. He's told he's under arrest for homicide. Plan 3. Completely lie about what happened as to justify him using lethal force.
Yeah.
The boys pulled
I
out the
agree.
knives. They twisted their arm, poked them. That's what he used, poke,
In the
with,
comments.
with their own knife.
Well, weird.
So first degree intentional homicide and second degree intentional homicide
Holy
are
crap.
very similar. For first degree, did Nicolae actually believe? He
Thank you.
actually believed that he was not justified. For second degree, it's the reasonable person standard. I submit to you,
Yeah.
it doesn't make a difference in this case.
What's that?
It's
Oh, I
crystal
see.
clear. He
Oh,
knew he wasn't justified. He knew he wasn't justified. It's crystal clear from his actions after the
Then I'll
fact.
see your name. There we go.
Can't be explained away by shock. He's clearly not in shock.
I'm not new at this. Couldn't understand why I couldn't see your name.
The use of force on AJ, stabbing Riley just standing there, stabbing Tony trying to break it up, stabbing Isaac directly in the heart. Garrio's there, walking up to Dante and stabbing him. The injuries he left behind, that all shows his intent.
And don't look very comfortable there, do they?
Again, you have to consider whether he knew he could retreat, whether there was a safe escape. He could have just walked away. He could have just raised his knife. He didn't do any of that. He just stood there with the
Another
knife
20 minutes
until he punched Madison.
before defense closing argument start.
He touched his knife when running up on the before running up on the boys. He takes out the knife, opens the blade up, never says anything, never walks away, never takes a step back, never raises the knife, never yells for help. He's smirking with the knife in his hand. Finally, after stabbing 5 people, then he walks away. Doesn't run, walks. It's shocking to see what Nicolae did in this case, to see the injuries, and then see his calm, cool.
I worked it out finally, but it only took me half an hour.
At the scene with chaos.
I'm a novice, all right.
Casually talking to Sheriff Knudsen, making up this huge lie to Lieutenant Hart.
Welcome to everyone else who's joined in as well. Come on down.
He lied to the Startners at 9 p.m., so 5 hours after the incident, about the boy pulling a knife, twisting his arm, poking him with his own knife. He even lied to Sandy after the arrest. Nick recognizes that what happened is not justified self-defense. Just standing there with the knife, not walking away when you clearly can. So even to Sandy, after he's charged, he casts blame on her and the group for not hearing him yelling. He never yelled.
So if I get onto YouTube and type in Bri Bear or at Bri Bear, that will come in up to your YouTube name. Is that right, Bri?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Just so I know. I'm going to pop that in the comments. It's all one word.
BRY space bear.
Okay. Space. Is that the one? Hang on. Put it on screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
All righty. There you go. Like and subscribe. Share the love. I'll keep putting it back up and down as we go.
Normally, it'd be difficult to know what a defendant believed in a self-defense case.
Get on after the stream.
Nicolae was not in fear. He snapped. He was angry and he snapped. And he knew it. His actions show he knew. He did not reasonably believe the amount of force was necessary. He was not actually in fear. If he was actually in fear, he would have left.
I think he
How
was
else?
in fear.
You know, what other clues?
But I think he knew he did wrong because he tried to conceal it.
We submit to you that this is first-degree intentional homicide and first-degree attempted homicide. His acts clearly show intent. But if you can't agree unanimously on that, as your jury instructions tell you, you have to consider second degree.
Yeah, they changed.
Again, the difference in second degree is Nicolae's belief versus reasonable person. Here you know, I submit to you his belief from his own conduct. Afterwards, he knew it was not justified. If you can't agree on second degree, you consider first degree reckless homicide, first degree reckless endanger of safety. Element 1, Nicolae endangered the safety of another human being. That's obvious. Endangered the safety of another by criminally reckless conduct. The jury instructions define criminally reckless conduct, creating a risk of death or great bodily harm. It's unreasonable and substantial. He was aware of the risk. Again, obvious when he's stabbing people. When you talk about reckless conduct, let's say you believe his testimony that he just thought anyone touching him, anyone close to him was attacking him and stabbing him. That's reckless. That's criminally reckless conduct. That's utter disregard for human life. What other clues are there to utter disregard? He just walks away. He just walks away. He doesn't call 911. He just sits on his tube as other people are helping the victims. And he tubes down the river.
He was in shock though, but does that excuse what he did after?
Your jury instructions talk about the question. A special question, yes or no? Did he commit these crimes while possessing a dangerous weapon, the pocket knife? There's nothing inherently wrong with carrying a pocket knife. A lot of people carry pocket knives. Totally fine to carry it as a tool. Totally fine to carry it for self-defense. Totally fine to carry any legal weapon, firearm, knife, if it's used legally. Nicolae did not use, he was not justified in self-defense when he attacked these people. So we ask that you answer yes on that question. In the end, what is beyond clear, Nicolae knew this was not self-defense. All of his actions, from the minute the stabbings are done, from the second the stabbings are done, he knew it. It's obvious. His actions were horrific. They were senseless. He killed Isaac Schuman, stabbed him directly in the heart, disemboweled AJ, stabbed Tony who's trying to break up a fight, Riley who's just standing there, and then walks up to Dante. That walking up to Dante, stabbing him when he's got clear paths to retreat, that destroys any argument that this was self-defense. He was angry. There's no rational reason Nicolae, his group's over here, would walk this way towards the group of people to stab Dante. Senseless and horrific acts. The state asks that you find Nicolae Miu guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right. Before I forget, I haven't actually watched RA's stream last night. Friday night. Has there been a verdict in the Arizona case with the?
No.
No?
The jury, yeah, the jury came back at I think it was 5 o'clock and said they wanted to go home. So they left early and said they wanted to go home and come back Monday morning.
Okay.
Which I was surprised. I'm not sure if you saw any of that.
No.
The judge really, I thought he was a little bit disrespectful to the jury when he charged them to go back. He essentially told them, I don't think that you worked hard or long enough.
Really?
And, he sent them back, and when they said that they were going to continue deliberating, I was shocked. I thought they were going to say, you know what, Judge, screw you. We're hung.
So what? They came out with a hung jury, and then he said, no, go back.
Yeah. Well, they came back and said, well, two things they did. One, they came back and said that they couldn't reach an agreement, but they also told him how many guilty and how many innocent or not guilty there were, which shocked everybody. Even maybe not as much as that they told him, but the judge stated that they told him. And then he said, you need to go back. So it's obviously leaning one way or the other. It's not split down the middle, but no, a lot of speculation as to, was it 6 guilty to not guilty or vice versa, something like that.
So it wasn't unanimous. And Miss Schmooby Cake, she can say asshole in this channel. Well after 2 hours in. And I'm way spicier than Nara is. Just saying.
And while we're paused, just to go back to one of Miss Schmooby Cake's notes about, even if in the UK, if it's self-defense, just because you had a weapon, you're probably going to get convicted of something.
Hang on.
My feeling is in the US, pretty much, you have to assume everybody you encounter is armed in some form or fashion. So you really don't do what those youngsters were doing. That is just taking your life into your own hands. Not justifying all of what.
Yeah, those boys could have been carrying anything.
But somebody makes a wise ass remark to me on the street, I just keep walking. You don't engage.
Yeah, but he ended up being surrounded, and
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's what I mean
he
is
was-
that, you know, these kids, regardless of what they thought he was up to, just leave him alone and move on.
Absolutely, they'd all been drinking and smoking, and when you're
Alcohol
snorkeling,
is a
you're not
big
aware
part
of
of
what's going on around you. You just pop up somewhere, and unfortunately, he popped up in the wrong place.
Yeah.
It's Anyway, shall we? What's that one? What have I missed? 100%. Yeah, true that. All right, and go. Hang on, we got to go to.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute recess. We'll be reconvening at 11:05. Please take the.
Closing arguments.
To this jury in Hudson, Wisconsin. We'll be quiet now. We'll see you after the closing arguments from Nicolae Miu's legal team.
I'm glad I was
All right, we are back in the presence of
the
jury with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. Mr. Truffesy.
Mr. Truffesy.
May it please the court, counsel. So, ladies and gentlemen, in his opening statement, Attorney Nelson said to you, one of the things you're going to have to determine is what happened on July 30th, 2022.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
What happened on July 30th, 2022 is a group of drunk teenagers.
Sounds good at the time.
Led by the ringleader, Juwan Cockfield, saw an opportunity to torment a man who was by himself. They taunted him. They called him names like rape,
he got hammered on
pedophile,
hammered.
and predator. They did this for no legitimate purpose. When they did this, they're yelling and carrying on. It attracted the attention of another group, right? Led by Madison Cohen and Dante Carlson. 6 drunk teenagers quickly turned into 13. 13 against.
Yeah, have a look at this. If they put it up on the screen.
They
where
got in his
everyone's
face.
standing around him.
They screamed at him. They called him names. They swore at him. They put their hands on him. And the group of 6, they became brave. The group of 6 became brave to the point that they circle him and start taunting him. They do this to a man who has done nothing, absolutely nothing to them. Then, when that man, Mr. Miu, tries to create some space between him and Madison Cohen, they pounce. They punch him. They push him. They slap him.
Yep.
They hit him again.
Credibility.
They choke him.
Out the window, unfortunately.
From all directions. And Nick Miu.
This is a good thing when you have a channel with small subscribers. Your comments up on the screen.
On July 30th, 2022. I just want to give you guys a little bit of an indication as to kind of where it's going to go. And more importantly, what I think you need to think about. You are back there thinking about the evidence. Okay? First is the law.
Although I will miss the personal attention.
There is no duty to return.
You miss the personal.
Period.
The personal attention from the host.
That is the only requirement. In this state, bullies like Madison Cohen don't get to tell us where to go.
I'll have to put a star beside your name.
Bullies like Madison Cohen don't get to get in our face and require that we leave.
It's tragic.
That's not a requirement here. Keep that in mind. 2, subjective beliefs. Okay? When you're listening to or contemplating the evidence and replaying it in your mind, you are to do that.
They're going to be dreaming about
consider the beliefs,
watch the video that
not
many
the
times in every
actions,
frame.
but the beliefs of Mr. Miu. And when you do that, you are to do that from his perspective at the time that the events were occurring. So while we have a video, that video is from the perspective.
Have you got a channel too?
The video perspective
Sorry, send me the
the
link,
jury is
Alan.
required to consider it is as Nick Miu is holding the camera. I'm going to address this a little bit later, but the idea of provocation. Whether or not
You got a channel bug, Doug, or are
Nick
you happy lurking
intentionally
around with
caused
everyone?
harm to
I see you on heaps
that is
and
something
heaps
that
of
you
sites.
should consider
The
when
same
you're
as me.
considering provocation.
I'm a lurker.
And the other main one I want to talk about is what it means, because it's different here, beyond a reasonable doubt. So normally, beyond a reasonable doubt is this hurdle.
No worries.
And the state has to jump that hurdle in order to prove a case. It's a little bit different here, okay? Because in this case, self-defense has been alleged.
Nurses
Remember when you're back there. Nick Miu doesn't have to prove he acted in self-defense. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he didn't act in self-defense. They have to prove that his beliefs were unreasonable. Okay? So the way that I look at this video, the main video of Juwan Cockfield, we've all seen the 9-second video where he's screaming at Mr. Miu, calling him a raper. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the video that you've seen probably more than you want to.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm breaking that up into really 3 parts, okay? 0 to 149 is the first part, all right? Before anything actually happens in terms of the attack. And what is in dispute in that first minute and 49 seconds? I think 2 things were raised in the case that were in dispute. And that is, first, whether or not these drunk teens were actually afraid of Mr. Miu, right? I think to a person, they testified, yeah, we were really concerned about Mr. Miu. And you get to use your everyday experiences in life when you decide what to believe. Does that look to you like teenagers who are afraid of that person? Is that what that looks like to you? Does this photo of drunk teenagers taunting him, does that make you believe in your experiences in life that they're afraid of him? Or is this what drunk teenagers who are terrified, is that what they look like? Does that make sense to you? Because you heard this. As the numbers rose, as the number of people grew, their fear, it decreased. And you've heard Mr. Anderson say over and over again, all Nick Miu had to do was walk away. Well, you heard from each one of those tubers, those drunk teenagers, we could have passed. When he walked over by Madison Cohen, we could have passed. And you heard Owen Pelican I didn't want to pass. I wanted to see how this was going to play out. Why? Because Joanne Packfield was recording this entire incident. They wanted to see what was going to happen. They're not afraid. They want to see how this is going to play out. And Joanne Packfield said it best of all. It's for the culture. He wanted to put it on the internet so other people could see. And when you're using your everyday experiences in life, ask yourself this. Do people who are afraid of other people, do they walk up on them? Is that what people do when you're afraid of someone? Or do you try to get away from them? If you're afraid of someone, do you taunt them? Do you call them names?
And it was RA who inspired me.
Do you circle around them?
Start my
Those
own.
are questions that
If I was watching them
you
all
all can
day
answer.
anyway, I might as well watch them with
Or
someone else. And I live at
an
home alone.
alternative hypothesis to them being terrified
So
is, do they
Why not?
do those things because they're drunk teenagers and what they want to do is make a video and put it on the internet? Which one of those two things, based on the evidence that you've seen, which one of those things makes more sense to you? The second thing that I think is in dispute, or was at least raised in the first minute and 49 seconds of that video, is whether or not Nick Miu's looking for little girls.
Teenager.
Now, Mr. Anderson gets up here and
Have you watching
says,
the
no, he
Chad
wasn't
Daybell?
looking for little girls.
That must interest you. Mission Movie Takes.
But he also says,
that sounds
the
like a
boys
customer
didn't
album.
invent that. No, they pretty much invented that. And why do we, or how do we know that? So that's not on video anywhere, right? They don't mention it. They don't say anything about Nick Miu telling them that, right? Every one of them who speaks to the police provides a statement about what happened. Zero mention to the police that he said he was looking for little girls. This gentleman over here, Investigator Schultz, I think he said that he was a sensitive crimes investigator. He saw some of this stuff come across his desk, and that would have interested him. Investigator did testify. Said he would have mentioned, if any of these kids would have mentioned little girls, I would have taken note of that.
Bloody freezing here in Melbourne.
What's the alternative? Why did they say that? I would submit to you that what kind of person does what these kids did to him, and what would they look like as people if all they did was pick a guy out and start to torment him? What do we think of people who do that?
Got your email.
What do we think of people who call grown men rapers and pedophiles and predators for kicks?
Welcome back.
What do we think of those people? They had to come in and say that. Because if they don't, we know what we think of them. That's the reason
Randy's awesome.
they came in and they said this to you guys under
Especially when she's off her mid.
They got on that witness stand and swore to tell the truth.
Did you watch
they
the
told you?
Did you watch her live stream with the LA what was it called? When the guy locked himself in the house, Trevor, I think his name was, and they absolutely demolished the house and just to get him out. But that was awesome to watch. I nearly pulled an all-nighter watching that one with her as well. She'd done, I think, 18 hours of live streaming that day. Poor bugger. But it was a really good one. If you haven't seen it, it's worth a watch. And they cut, I think, once they brought in the big guns, they cut all media, and then the next day there was an announcement that the guy had been found deceased, but there was no explanation whatsoever. So it was really good. In Australia, to access the court channels is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. They do live stream it, but to actually get permission to live stream it, yeah.
He said he was looking for little girls. Well, the cops got up under oath and told you. No, they never mentioned that to me. What are the odds? What are the odds that that actually happened and nobody mentions it to the police? What are the odds? Two other little points on that. In your everyday experiences in life, would you expect a man that you never met to walk up to you and say, if you ask him, how's your day? What are you doing? Oh, I'm looking for little girls.
So you can actually
Would you
record
expect
it.
someone to actually do that? Does that make any sense to you? He's with his wife.
Sentencing only.
He has lunch with his wife and his friends. In order to believe what these drunk teenagers are saying, you have to believe that he has lunch with his wife, he's with his friends, they're having a fine time. Ariel loses his phone, and Nick goes,
Yeah, it was LA Live.
My wife's right over there.
Streaming it, and that's who Brandy was streaming through.
And I'm going to tell a bunch of drunk teenagers I've never met before. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, they just cut the feed completely.
Tell me that makes sense to you. Because you get to judge the credibility
Henderson
of
County,
what
LA.
have said to you. Okay?
Barricade.
But I want to talk about what we know in that first minute and 49 seconds of the video. What do we know? We know, based on the evidence, that Nick's looking for a phone. We know that. Ariel said that. Nick said that. They find Ariel's phone in the river. So we know that. We know that Nick comes up to the teenager's tubes, and we know that Cockfield's looking for a phone, and Cockfield's holding a phone. Joanne Cockfield's holding a phone. We know that Nick Miu walks away from them
on the to-do list
as he passes them. We know that.
I'll watch that while I'm up at Mum's.
We know, right, that the drunk teenagers move toward him.
That's a good channel.
And start confronting him. We know that. We also know that Nick sees what he believes to be a reasonable, rational adult. So he heads over there to talk to her. And what we know is you can see his thumb. He's motioning back, trying to explain what happened. And we know that Madison Cohen, who knows nothing about what happened, zero, starts screaming at him to leave. We know that Madison Cohen feels comfortable enough to put her hands on him for the first time and move him because, well, she's queen of the river and she decides where people go. So she's moving him. We know that. We know that Nick is uncomfortable. So he waits for his group to come over because
British police.
the state can say whatever they want.
Bobby?
He's by himself. So we know Nick does that. We know that when Nick waves to his group,
Was that trial a while ago?
So does Madison Cohen. But there's one big difference here. Her group shows up. And they show up in numbers. We know that the group of teens are brave.
Definitely look it up.
And as this is going on, they start taunting this man who's done nothing to them. We know that. We know that Riley Madison comes over and now she thinks it's necessary because she's been anointed something in the river and she gets to tell him where to go. So we know that she puts her hands on him. We know that Nick's uncomfortable enough that he waves the group over a second time, trying to get someone to come to his aid. We know that.
The trial lasted 10 months.
We know that Madison Cohen
I must have clicked that accident.
pushes him, puts her hands on him.
Yeah.
Again, he tells her not to touch him.
You all watched the
but
Take
she
Care of
does it
My
anyway.
trial?
We know at that point it's 13 against 1. The other thing that we know, because we heard it, was someone in the group,
Good job,
the brave
Hunter.
group of 6, tells Nick Miu, you got 10 seconds.
Okay. So I knew.
In your everyday experiences in life, when someone tells you that you have 10 seconds, what normally comes after that? If we have children, I'm going to count to 3. You got 10 seconds to do this. Nothing's good is coming after that. It's reasonable in our experiences as adults to take that
Worth a watch.
as a threat.
Absolutely.
Right? And if you think about it, they all blamed. They didn't know it. But the guy holding the bag is Isaac. We know it's not Joanne Cockfield, and everybody else denied it. So who's left? Their buddy Isaac. They all blame, without saying his name. It's like, wasn't me, wasn't me, wasn't me.
Wow.
Well, you're saying it's the one person who isn't you.
That must have cost you a fortune.
Right? That's what we know. We know.
There's 2 cases of paper up there.
Really?
Yeah, they were,
Did you
and I
have
actually
paper?
Everything here.
I printed them on 8.5 by 14 pages.
Did you have to pay for all that?
Yeah, it was a lot of printer ink, a lot of paper.
But you didn't have to buy the transcript from the court or anything?
No, there was a site where you could actually go on that had them. I think it was the court site. I can't remember exactly where, but
They might be worth something.
yeah, my great grandchildren and nieces and nephews will find them someday.
Yeah. Yep. Put them in a box with them. Some like make
Of course, by
time.
then they'll probably find paper and say, "What's this?" Just like they look at
Make a time
they look
capsule of
at,
some sort.
telephones with dials on them. They're
What's
like, "What's a
YouTube?"
dial telephone?"
Yes, I remember when answering machines were invented. That's a bit sad, isn't it? Showing my age. Oh well.
I just told you
Oh,
is what we know in the first minute and 49 seconds. And why does that matter? What does
Judge, I can't see the exhibits. We do a rebuttals.
And step up and move over to the side.
What does that matter? Why does this matter? Because one of the things you have to consider when you consider self-defense
Probably got another half
is
hour closing argument.
Nick Miu's reasonable belief that there is going to be an imminent interference with his
The
person.
marathon effort for me.
And when you add all of these things together, He has to subjectively believe that. As a jury, as you sit here today, we don't get to look at it and say, what would an objective, reasonable person do? Does Nick feel that way? Does Nick feel, with all of these things listed here, that there is an imminent unlawful interference with his person? And I would submit to you, he does. He told you he did. Right?
Little Moggy wants mommy to
We're
go to
going to
bed.
see the video one time, promise, broken up into those parts.
I'm with ya. I'm with ya.
That's classic. That's classic. What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Whoa! Oh God! We up! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all, homie? He's on camera. Tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes, yes, yes. For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is
2 minutes to midnight here.
Bro, doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girl! He said he was looking for little girl! Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Weirding us out. I didn't have that part on camera, did I? Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. He's gonna claim me. We don't want this motherfucker.
That's not good, bro. Got a pack tomorrow.
It sounds like a group minding their own business.
Part of the video that I think is important, and Attorney Anderson's talked a little bit about it, is the 1 second that we don't get to see, right? The 1 second where the state is insinuating and is claiming that Madison Cohen was punched, and where Nick Miu has testified that he raises his arm to get her out of his space. So those are the two possibilities as to what happened in the video that you don't see. And I am, once again, asking that you use your everyday experiences in life when you make this determination, okay? And I understand that people in stressful situations don't get everything perfect. I get that. I'm not holding anybody to this exact standard. But what have we heard in order to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this happened? Well, you heard AJ Martin say that he grabbed her by the back of the hair and was slugging her from behind. Okay? No one else says that. You hear Alex Vang say he slapped her with a right hand in the face. Then I say, Mr. Vang, how can that happen? He's got a knife in his hand. And he says, you're right, that can't happen. He punched her. You hear Joanne Cockfield, who's not looking at it, he's holding his camera in another direction, says he threw a hook at her. I saw that. Right?
What do you reckon, bro?
Madison Cohen says, she said on direct examination, he hit me with a left hand to the left side of my face.
Yeah, I'm not sure,
And it
Bug
said-
Dugger, but they.
Then when I asked her a
Show
question,
you the lesser includeds that they changed it to. So it went from that. Oh, whoops. Take the comment down so you can see it. Went from that to that yesterday. And then they dropped it down to include the lesser includeds there as well. And then for Madison Cohen, battery charge. So it depends whether they run consecutively, concurrently. But even a 20-year sentence, if found guilty, that's probably a life sentence for him anyway, in his current state of health. I don't know. I don't know. It's just sad.
and I said, "Can you explain how that's humanly possible?" And her response was, "You're right. I get lefts and rights wrong. He hit me on the other side." Okay. But the state says
I like this defense
she
attorney,
had a
but
heartbeat in her
really
cheek.
waiting to see how he gets
She should
over
remember what side of her
that
cheek
video of
the
him in the
heartbeat
back
is in.
seat of the police car saying
Doesn't
wasn't
get
there,
that
don't know what happened.
But how about the things when you
He
use
doesn't,
your
I don't
everyday
think.
experiences in life?
I don't
The
think he
state-
can undo that bell.
He didn't talk about when he was up here talking about her injuries. He talks
Oh,
about
really?
her falling back and people seeing things. Okay, people can be wrong. How about things that make sense, though?
Do you know what the minimum
We know
charge would
that
be?
she's wearing
Bug Dugger?
sunglasses, right? We know that.
He was charged with reckless
Her
intentional
sunglasses
fraud
are not broken.
in the US. Does
She
anyone know
doesn't
that?
have a mark on her face from being cut by sunglasses.
I'm not sure what the minimum. She looks like
No.
her knees are bleeding there. Have a look.
Is that what would happen if a 250-pound man squared up on a woman and threw a hook?
I don't know what the minimum he was charged with, but I don't think they'd go any lower than
She
negligent
doesn't have
homicide.
redness on her face. She doesn't have swelling on her face. She doesn't have puffiness, a bruise, or a mark.
That's horrible.
How do we know that? Investigator Schultz told us. I saw her shortly thereafter, and she didn't have a
Yeah,
mark.
the Ruiz trial.
He says,
What did he?
if I would have seen a mark,
By the time he
I would have taken a photograph of that mark.
through time served, it was something like 14 years.
Makes
or-
sense, right? She doesn't drop her drink.
Sorry,
She
that was-
doesn't drop her vape. Her cell phone doesn't leave her bathing suit. Is that what happens when a 250-pound man squares up on a woman? She doesn't drop a thing, and she doesn't have a mark.
That's true. She did have her cell phone. in
Does
her
that
bag
make sense
and her drink in her
to
left hand?
you all? Or
Did she spill it?
Or does it make more sense that Nick Miu pushes her out of his space? Attorney Anderson said she's not in his face. Well, most of her friends said, no, she was. She was in his face. She was in his face.
What
She was in his
trial
face.
was that? Pop that in the chat for me and I'll
If he makes this
take
motion,
that one out too.
she's not going to have broken sunglasses. She's not going to have a mark on her face. She's not going to have redness, puffiness, swelling, a bruise. She's not going to drop her drink because he doesn't hit her. Which one of those two things in your everyday experiences in life makes more sense? You get to decide that. And I want you to think about this. She knows the seriousness of the case. She tells the police she takes a photograph or photographs.
Really? Tell me the
Then
joke.
she claims to have deleted them in a homicide case. Then the police say, that's okay.
Oh dear.
That happens. You give us your phone, we can get the pictures. Wrong. They do a Cellbrite download extraction of her phone. Investigator Schultz doesn't do it, but he reviews it and says, there's no deleted photos that I saw in there. He even goes so far as to reach out to Madison Cohen's mother, because maybe she either took the photos or were sent the photos. No, not there either. You get to judge the credibility of people and whether or not that makes any sense. That is not provocation. And just briefly on retreat and provocation. I told you when I started, there is no duty to retreat. And that is true. That's the first sentence in the retreat instruction. If you want to, it says you may consider whether or not when he was retreating, or if he had to retreat, whether the defendant reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to terminate the interference. You may consider whether he had the opportunity to retreat. Okay. Now you don't have to, but when it starts, when it matters,
you have the opportunity to retreat,
is when he's using the force. And when he's doing that,
lethal force justified.
He's surrounded. He told you he was surrounded. I asked Lieutenant Hart, do you have any information that would be contrary to Nick Miu's belief or statement that he was surrounded? She said, no, I don't.
Oh, that's
Where's he going to go? So he doesn't have to go anywhere. We don't let people dictate what we do, and the loudest voice in the room doesn't have to win. Madison Cohen doesn't get to make these decisions for people.
Is he out yet?
He doesn't have to leave.
He'll probably get punished more
The
when
drug
he does.
teenagers don't have to leave either. They told you they could have left, but they wanted to see the show. He doesn't have to go, and there's nowhere to go. That should be the beginning, middle, and end of that evaluation on retreat.
Amen.
Same
sister.
analysis, same result on provocation. Okay? You have to find that Nick Miu committed an unlawful conduct against Madison Cohen to provoke this attack. He wanted her to get out of his personal space. The bully in the room doesn't get to yell at you and tell you to leave, and then when you don't leave, doesn't get to get in your personal space because you are not leaving. That's not how this
The law's
works.
different in different states in the US, isn't it? Wisconsin is where this trial is, yeah. So you don't have the
The last
obligation.
part of the video is the 150 to 205 mark. Okay? Now, you heard yesterday, the state wants to break this video, this last 15 seconds or so, down into stills.
You know where he lives?
1/24th of a second. No one lives their life
Just asking.
in 1/24th of a second. And you're not supposed to in this case, because you're supposed to look at this case through the eyes of Nick Miu. And if you've watched that video, the first time I saw it, I didn't see what happened. I didn't see him pull a knife. I didn't see some of these people get injured. Because it's moving like this. When you break it down to 1/24th of a second,
rheumatoid arthritis. I can't do it anymore.
it's just not how we live our lives.
Ow.
You have to look at those 14 seconds through Nick Miu's eyes as he was standing there in the river. And remember, he told you yesterday that he believed that he was going to die. But he doesn't have to believe that. He just has to believe that he's going to suffer serious bodily injury. That's what he has to believe. Okay? And before I start this video, I'm going to ask you this again.
Really?
What do we know in those last 15 seconds? We know that Anthony and Dante Carlson were asked by their dad to go over there. Why?
What goes around comes around.
To help him. Quentin Carlson testified that he was concerned that Nick Miu was going to get the brakes beat off of him. So Quentin Carlson wanted his boys to go assist.
Narcissists.
I would submit to you that Quentin Carlson was concerned that Nick Miu was going to suffer serious bodily injury if someone didn't help him. Alex Vang told you Miu's getting his butt kicked when this is going on. And Owen Peliquin said
just
those
stop this
guys
trial
got
and
on
sit here and have
his
a chat.
ass. Right?
The
Anthony
chat's far more
Carlson is
interesting than
yelling,
this.
stop, stop, stop. He's not yelling it to Nick Miu. Nick Miu's tail down in the water. Presumably, he's telling it to the people who are beating him. Right? That's what we know.
He ain't a woman. He ain't a woman. You ain't a woman.
Now, Juwan Cockfield found that to be funny for quite some time. You can hear him cackling.
See the stabbing though.
On how he thinks it's funny that Miu's getting punched in the face and knocked in the face, slapped. Okay. But what we know from that video is a 250-pound man, 250-pound man, has been knocked clean off his feet backwards into the water by getting punched in the jaw. That's what we know.
That's what we know.
We know that in 1 second, Dante Carlson, who throws that punch, runs around to the other side of Nick Miu while he's still
nearly 3,000
on
frames.
his back, kind of on his lower, on his butt, kind of on his lower back, and he cracks him across the face. We know that. That's not in dispute. We know that AJ Martin, who says he's the peacekeeper. That's what he said. He runs up from behind and shoves Nick Miu while Dante Carlson comes in for thirds and smacks Nick Miu in the face again. I would submit to you at this point, it's coming from all sides and from multiple people. And this man,
Connecticut,
who had heart
Buckburger.
surgery,
I think Bryce stepped out.
terrified as to what's going on.
Oh, I'm back. Yeah, I'm in Connecticut.
We know. Well, let me just remind you of this. At this point, after he's been punched, slapped, pushed, slapped, he hasn't stabbed anyone. Right? And if you listened closely to what AJ Martin said in his testimony, when he was shown the picture of him making contact with Mr. Miu before Mr. Miu stabbed him, he said, he got me before I got him, I guess. What does that tell you?
Is that
about what
far
AJ
away from
Martin
Tennessee? Oh, we have a face. Hello.
He's back in the water.
Got dressed, didn't
now
you?
for a
Good morning from
After getting
Connecticut,
pushed down.
and it must
morning.
be
Actually, it is good
nighttime
morning
in
to you.
Australia.
And what do we see next?
12:15 a.m. So good morning to you. I might actually
That's
go and make some
Anthony.
coffee. You can
You
hold
work
for
late.
me.
He walks right by me. Miu doesn't do a thing to him.
Be
Mr.
right
Miu
back.
doesn't do a thing to Anthony Carlson as he walks by. You will then see, and what we know is Anthony Carlson comes up from behind him, appears to be yelling at him and putting his hands on him. So now Miu has been touched at that point, punched, pushed from behind and slapped. And now Anthony Carlson comes up to him. We know that. And then we know 1 second later that Isaac Schuman comes up to him. You guys get to make the decision on whether or not he's choking him around the neck. You get to make that decision. I'm not telling you what that is. You get to decide if that looks like a choke to you or not. So at that point, 4 people have attacked Nick Miu. And why does it matter? Why does any of that matter? Because if you find the following, Nick Miu is not guilty of all the charges. Okay? If you find that Nick Miu believed that there was an imminent unlawful interference with his person, if you believe that he believed that was coming, the 19 or 18 reasons that I put up there supports that, and he told you that. And that's his subjective beliefs. Okay? If he believed the amount of force that he used was necessary to terminate that interference. Okay? So if he believed that he did what he had to do, right? I would submit to you there's only 2 answers to that. Only 2 possible answers. He either did what he had to do to survive, or this man who you watch the video, who's never got a speeding ticket, who decides to go out with his wife that day, who's floating down the river and having lunch, decides, you know what, today's the day I'm going to start stabbing people. I'm going to leave my group, I'm going to go over and I'm going to start stabbing people. Mr. Anderson says he snapped. If he was in fear, he would have left. I think anybody would dispute that he was in fear. So when you're determining whether or not what he did, if he believed that he had to do that to terminate that interference, I would submit to you, why else would he do it? He either believed that or he just lost his mind.
All right, what I miss?
Right? This 52-year-old engineer who's married just lost his mind that day. Those are the 2 options I think that you have on that. And the final thing that you need to decide is whether or not his beliefs were reasonable. And the standard is would a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed standing in his shoes at that moment. Okay? Quentin Carlson is about his age.
Still on the fence.
And Quentin Carlson is concerned enough for his safety that he sends his boys over.
That dagger. Really?
Quentin Carlson tells the police that after his boys have been injured.
You've got to
He tells
travel.
the police, I get it. They're injured. I sent them over there because
Mississippi
I was concerned for the old guy.
or Missouri?
Brandy Hart. Did you watch that video yesterday? There's a point in that video where Nick Miu puts his hand in his head and says something like, my life is over. And Brandy Hart says, I don't know about that. They're self-defense.
Thailand.
She says, I don't know what I would have done. But I can tell you I would have been scared shitless. She's been a police officer for 25 years. And that is her response.
Yeah. Cheap to fly from the UK.
State never followed up with her on anything after that.
Not from here.
That was her statement to the police. Or that was her statement on the tape.
All right.
And as I
think we've,
mentioned,
exhausted
Alex
all-
Vang and
we
Owen
know.
Peliquin say
Cut to the
he's
chase.
getting
with it.
his butt kicked. They're all over him.
He's
Are
gonna
those
run a
reasonable people?
half an hour of this.
You get to decide what a reasonable person would do in that situation. But I would submit to you, you've got something to work with.
Yeah. Fucker.
You've got something to work with. Briefly on the charges.
Jury deliberation starts in half an hour.
Before you even get to self-defense, you get to intent. You have to find intent on the homicide charges initially for Isaac Schuman, and you have to find him for the others involved, okay? And the question on intent is mental purpose.
Oh.
Can you watch that video and say that Nick Miu's mental purpose is to kill Isaac Schuman? Or is his mental purpose to get another person off of him? You get to decide that. Okay? Under those circumstances,
All right. Let's.
you heard everybody say,
Yeah. And share this. Yeah, share. Take that. Oh. Present share screen.
Pounds. Then
All
it
right,
comes
this
out
is
of black
day
and white,
9.
becomes a whole bunch of gray, and the
Oh,
jury would
spoiler
take a
alert,
while. That's
sorry.
just my gut. Your thoughts on again 6 hours, which is sort of on the shorter end of a deliberation for a case like this, in my opinion. Marsh, we got to cut you off. The judge is already on the bench. The judge on the bench, Michael Waterman, is in court. The defendant's there. He's now to the left, on the other side of Aaron Nelson, left side of his defense attorney. The jury is coming in. A verdict has been reached. We should hear Nicolae Miu's fate in mere moments.
All right, please be seated.
I think after his testimony.
All right, we are back in session on the record in state of Wisconsin versus Nicolae Miu. The attorneys are present with Mr. Miu. 12 jurors are in the courtroom. Mr. Ashland, I understand you are the foreperson.
Correct.
Did your jury reach a verdict?
Prosecution was
Did
very
you reach
good.
a verdict
though.
on each of the 6 counts?
Yes, we did.
Okay, please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff.
Do we all know the outcome here or not?
I know in general, but not the specifics.
Yeah. Imagine what he's feeling right now.
He looks like he's lost a lot of weight.
Verdict read as follows.
I don't think he's
As
feeling
to count
well.
1 of the information, Isaac Schuman, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Question, did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 3 of the information, Dante Carlson, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 4 of the information, Anthony Carlson, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 5 of the information, Riley Madison, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of battery as charged. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. Members of the jury, I do have to verify that this is in fact a unanimous verdict. So I'm going to ask each of you if I correctly read the verdict and if you agree with it. So when I call your name, if you agree with the verdict that I read, please answer by saying yes. If you disagree with the verdict, you can answer by saying no. Ms. Navarro, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Cook, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
What do you reckon? Did they get it right? One count, 60 years. Is that on the lesser included charge of bloody hell? Well, that's life, isn't it? That's life. So, do they run concurrently or consecutively in Wisconsin, or is that at the judge's discretion?
The judge gets to decide that.
So it's a minimum, is it, of 60 years? Or
well, just on the reckless homicide, it's 60 years maximum.
Okay. Do you know what the minimum is?
The minimum could be what? Well, I don't know that. Some states have mandatory minimums. I'm not sure about Wisconsin, but some states just list a maximum, and then it's up to the judge to decide. That it could be anywhere from probation to 5 years, 10 years, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know when he's getting sentenced.
No, I don't know when the sentencing is either yet. I was watching the other night, though, on Lawyer You Know, one of the jurors, I was telling Miss Baby Cakes last night that one of the jurors has spoken out on how they came to that decision, and it mainly came down to the volume of witnesses that were presented in the state's defense, in the state's argument, basically, because they pretty much interviewed every tuber that was floating down the river that day. So you heard 30 different versions of the same story at the start of the trial. But yeah, that's pretty much what it came down to. And then what was it? They added so it's 60 with the added charge of using the weapon, or is that on top of?
That's considered an aggravating. So
Factor.
they can add extra years
Because of the weapons charge,
Yeah.
dangerous weapon. Yes, not good.
Well, like I said on RA's stream the other day, I'm wrong more than I'm right when it comes to these things.
The verdicts or the.
So I'll find it hard to see the judge giving him the maximum.
Yeah.
Or running these consecutively.
Yeah, concurrently all at once, consecutively stacked, isn't it? Yeah.
But
so
even if he only serves a third of what the judge gives him, I think it's
still
essentially
life,
going
isn't
to be
it?
a life
At his
sentence.
age. Yeah. In his condition physically and if 20 years, I reckon, would probably be life sentence for him. Witness didn't know their husband. No. Yeah. They all did. Some of them were so bloody airy-fairy. I don't even know why they were called. No, you were right. They're the judge is the final. Okay. So he could pretty much, but he has, if there's a minimum requirement to that sentence, he has to give that minimum. Is that right? But
Again, I'm not sure about Wisconsin. I mean, there's some states that don't give the judge any latitude. They say for this crime, this is the minimum that you can give. There are some states that just list the maximums.
Okay.
And then the judge can do whatever they want from there. So, but again, I would have to look more on Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Which, if I ever moved to Wisconsin, I certainly would read that law pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
although when I was in the Navy, I did live in Wisconsin for a little while. I was only there for about a year.
In the Navy?
Yeah, I did. I actually went into the Navy U.S. Navy right out of high school.
Were you
And
deployed
that's where I was
anywhere
able
or?
to do most of my traveling.
Cool. So tell us about your channel.
I don't really have a channel. It's just when you sign up for YouTube, everybody gets a channel. So
yep,
I have one. I just have never posted to it. I'm actually still learning this kind of stuff since I became semi-retired.
Yep. Well,
so I'm probably
if you need
going
a
to
hand,
piggyback off of RA and you
absolutely not a
to
problem.
learn the ropes.
Yep. It's combining StreamYard with YouTube and your editing software that's you just got to get around. But once you got your head around it, it's not too bad. But you can live stream directly from YouTube, but you can't bring in guests, I don't think, and you can't share screens, and you need the actual StreamYard platform to be able to do all that. You know how RA brings in documents and stuff and all that. So unfortunately you need that. And most of the YouTubers that I've seen run off StreamYard. So that's why I downloaded it. But yeah, I'm only a beginner at this as well. But I'm loving every minute of it. It's great. It's really good, especially because, you know, I was, I don't know if anyone knows, but I think Mr Miu Cakes does. I got diagnosed with psoriatic arthritis, which is like rheumatoid arthritis, 10 years ago. So I haven't worked for 10 years now, 7 years now. So living at home by yourself with 4 cats, you tend to get socially isolated. So this has been a really good platform for me to not go out of my comfort zone because I'm still at home, but still be social as well and do something that I'm enjoying and not have to commit to a 8-hour day, so to speak. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. So, and I mean, living on government funds is, yeah, an additional income, even if it's a small one, would be a bonus, basically. But,
so you got the PA pretty much under control, at least stable.
No. I've got I've got fibromyalgia on top of that, and adrenal insufficiency, and yeah, a few other things. Now I've been on prednisolone for 10 years, and it was poorly managed at the start. So, yeah, I have rheumatoid in my hands. I have PA everywhere else, but rheumatoid in my hands. Go figure. And there's 3 vertebrae in between L1 and S1 that have basically crumbled, and I've got 5 disc bulges in there. So a 5-hour stream is a marathon for me to be able to sit in the one spot for that long without lots of painkillers.
Well, as your channel gets bigger, maybe look into one of those desks that goes up and down so that you can stand and
I've
sit.
been looking at that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've been looking for stand one.
When I was working full time, one of my offices had one of those. I tried to spend as much time as I could there because it was actually a pleasure to be able to still work while you were standing. So,
yeah.
And able
standing
to go
is
up
worse
and down and move around.
than sitting. But oh, what was that?
My partner's in the kitchen. Huh? They dropped something in the kitchen.
Too much time to serve.
And he said, "I'm sorry."
That's fine. It was a lot, but I'm used to LordTube. Does anyone watch Rob from Law and Lumber?
No.
You not seen him? He's really good. He's a defense attorney, but he does family law. and he's just hit 200,000 subscribers. So he's really good. He collaborates with RA.
I think I did. I didn't look into it, but I do think that one of my thumbnails when I sign on to YouTube, there was something about celebrating 200,000 viewers.
Yep, that'd be him.
That
Yep.
must be the channel. I'll have to look at that closer.
Yeah, he did a really good recap of the Take Care of Maya trial, because he's a practicing attorney, so he could only do the recaps, and he did that every night. But he's got his own law firm, so he only does the Friday Night Frenzy now with one of his best mates in Canada called Ian Runkle, which is Runkle of the Bailey, and he's got the driest sense of humor. He's hysterical. So. Yes.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
Yeah, they're really good. And Brandy as well. You can't go wrong. Anyone that's a collaborative, if you scroll down on RA's channel and they're a collaborative of RA's, like, you'll have a list down the bottom of his channel that says friends of the channel. Anyone on there, you can't lose. Can't lose. Yeah, Ian is so dry, very, very dry. If you like a dry sense of humor, and he's a gun expert, like huge gun expert. So when they did the Sierra's trial, he had a lot of insight on her. Did you watch that one?
I didn't.
No, that's the Rust trial with Alec Baldwin. This is the
again. I caught bits and pieces of that one.
Yep. Yeah, she was the armorer.
I'm not sure why I didn't get hooked into that as little as I did. I'm not sure why.
Oh, there's so many trials out there that it's hard to choose sometimes. But did you see the Treehouse one?
When I started watching the Kelly trial, that kind of was my laser focus. And when Law and Crime stopped broadcasting live, I spent most of my day. Yeah, like in day 4 or 3, or I can't remember. It was early on. They just stopped broadcasting it live. And I sent them a message saying, what's going on? Where is it? I'm missing it. And they said
they recap
it? They would post it the following day.
Yeah.
But they said they stopped broadcasting live because people weren't interested in it.
Yeah, I must say
the
first couple of days were pretty slow, but then I started following this one, and I was actually doing a cold case that I'm following. I found this. It's called the Gage's Child. It's a 30-year-old case, and it just grabbed me because this woman is my age. She got married the same year as me, and she moved out of home when she was the same age as me, and she had a child at the same age as me, and she abandoned. No one knew she was pregnant, apparently. She didn't tell anybody, and she had the baby at work and put it in a plastic bag and just dumped it in the woods, and heard no more about it until, a couple of young girls found it when they were doing the paper round a month later, that had been eaten by all sorts of wildlife. And no one ever owned up to it. And then 20 years down the track, when DNA testing was better, and they did the family tree thing that they did with the Koberger case. They found her.
Yeah, I think I just saw a clip about that one.
Yeah, so I was going to.
So.
Yeah. Gail Ritchie, I think her name was. So. Yeah, so that was I've got that on my to-do list. I've half done it. I was going to do it as a cold case presentation because I've got to go to Queensland next week, unfortunately. Well, not next week. Today's Monday now, so tomorrow as my mum's not very well, so I've got to head up there to see her.
Oh,
So I'll be
sorry
off
to
for a
hear that.
week, unfortunately. Yeah. But I'll get her sorted. That's all right. So yeah, I may try. I don't know if I can do live streams up there. I'll try. Can't hurt me. But if nothing else, I'll do some research and have some good shit when I come back. So she had 2 or 3 babies, and they just caught her. Yeah. This woman, she'd done it twice apparently. And she ended up marrying the bloke. Yeah, she ended up marrying the bloke that she had the 2 kids to, and he apparently knew nothing about it. How could you not know your girlfriend's pregnant?
That is so weird.
20 years later.
There's a lot of cases that I've seen where, I mean, there was one where, can't remember which state it was in, but this teenage girl, late teens, probably 18 or 19, ended up in the emergency room with abdominal pain, delivered the baby in the hospital bathroom,
dumped it in the bin,
left it in the garbage can, and nobody knew she was pregnant. And I just
rubbish.
Well, I'm a man, so maybe I don't know, but I just don't know how people just don't know. So, but it's a lot more common than I thought it was.
Yeah. But then, okay, so she didn't know she was pregnant, but she's running to the toilet, and you see that in the footage, and she's holding, between her legs as she's running. So she goes into the toilet, and wacko surprise, there's a baby. Well, even if you didn't know you were pregnant, you don't put it in the bin.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I'm not so sure she didn't know she was pregnant. I'm just curious how everybody around her that she got that far along to ready to deliver, and nobody noticed that she was pregnant.
Well, even the photos of this cold case, she looked pregnant. Even if she didn't tell anybody, she looked pregnant. She was a bigger lady, but so am I, and I still looked pregnant eventually. And I knew I was pregnant, trust me. So many.
Well, I suppose there's also that part of, you never walk up to someone and say, "When's the baby due?" Because what do you mean? I'm not pregnant.
Yep, absolutely, yes. Yeah, yeah, I think.
But anyway, so this is a serial pregnancy lady who just dumps the babies in the woods.
Well, she did it. Apparently, she did it twice, and the second one only came out in the trial. I think she only admitted to that during the trial, which was only a couple of years ago, I think, because the DNA testing, the family tree only went back to her second cousin, I think, and they had to then trace it back to her somehow. And they actually show her, the police, coming up to get a buccal swab from her, and she was on her way to work, and she's standing there in the middle of the driveway going, okay. But yes, Bug Dugger, there's no excuse nowadays. There's so many options for contraception that there is no excuse, in my opinion, anyway.
Well, and even when you go to term, there's so many people on adoption lists.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I had to do fertility treatment to have my 2. So, yes, adoption, there's always someone out there that wants a baby. Okay. I didn't watch the full trial just yet. I watched the start of it. I did the research leading up to it, and then I was going to watch the trial and include that in the end of the cold case, but I only sort of watched the start of that one. But all right, that's on my list to do as well. Awesome. And yeah, there was another baby. I thought so. Yes. If it's not on, it's not on. Ah, all right. Well, should we? I don't want to, but I probably should wrap.
I'm going to actually jump off.
Yeah.
I appreciate the stream and you
Not a
inviting
problem.
me into
Thank
your
you
stream
so
yard.
much. Thank you so much for joining us. It's
And
been a great night.
I'm going to keep my eye out for you.
Keep in touch, and
so,
I will get it on now, and I will subscribe to. So it's at
so long, Dog Duggar and Miss Smoothie Cakes.
Yes.
And I'll see you guys around. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks, Bry. See ya. Oh, that was fun. Yay. Yay. So much more fun not talking to yourself. All right. Thanks, Bug Duggar. Thanks for being here. I will be lurking around with you somewhere on RA and Brandy's site. Bye, Miss Schmooby Cakes. Thank you so much for your support. And I will be in touch when I get her back. Look forward to it. All righty. Hang on. Let me run my outro. Night. God bless. Mwah. Nope, that's not the one. That's the banner. Go to bed, Jody.